Take a seat, we start. Chiama Mr. Cornacchia. Mr. Cornacchia, please. Certo, the host. Così. Dopo. Chiamo. Good morning to everyone and welcome to this seminar, Sailing the Future, Alternative Marine Propulsion System, innovating the marine industry with clean propulsion technologies and safeguarding vital underwater habitats. I'm Andrea Dini from Barche Magazine, exclusive media partner of today's seminar. And today I will be your master of ceremony and moderator. This seminar event is organized by GPY Monaco in collaboration with Cala del Forte, Amare Group, Mitec, Emotion, Nat Power H, FI Equipe, Ranieri Tonissi, and Italian Yacht Masters. I'd like to invite for a welcome speech the driving forces behind this event, our today's host, Mr. Marco Cornacchia from Cala del Forte, and Mr. Simone Bonfiglioli Borgia from JPY. Please, Mr. Cornacchia, microphone.
Good morning, everybody. I want to just say thank you to be here and welcome in Cala del Forte, beautiful port. And most of you are our friends, so know about our port. And I want to say thank you from Monaco Port, from all the team of Cala del Forte. And thank you to Simone for this unbelievable, really job for this day. And thank you, everybody. And I want to see you here some other day for birds, for with your yacht. Okay, thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Mr. Simone is not so like Mr. Marco Cornacchia. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. It's a great honor to open this seminar that is the title Sailing the Future, Alternative Marine Propulsion System. Today, we gather here not only to explore new technologies, but to embark together to a journey towards a more sustainable future. A future that depends on the decision we make today and will have a lasting impact on the generation to come. First, I would like to thank all of you, all the participants in person and online, for choosing to be part of this event. Your presence is a testament to the trust placed in this meeting organized by GPY, to our collective commitment to innovation in the maritime sector, to the desire to continue growing professionally, but most importantly, to create a network of professionals who carry forward a project of collaboration and idea exchange. Today's topic is of fundamental importance. Clean propulsion technologies are revolutionizing the world of boating, bringing increasingly efficient, quiet, and environmentally friendly solutions. And it's not just about technology, it's a matter of responsibility towards our marine ecosystem, which we must preserve at all costs. Over the year, technology hasn't stopped. Hybrid, electric, and today even hydrogen and methanol engines have become the stars of a new era. So we are now reached a point where clean propulsion technology are crucial to reduce emissions and protect our oceans. And it's precisely on this front that we are called to make a difference today. Through this day, we will have the opportunity to hear from industry experts and discuss the innovation shaping the future of marine propulsion. We'll talk about electric engines, hybrid solution, and new technologies related to hydrogen and methanol, which are not only improving boat performance, but also significantly reducing environmental impact. As I said, we are here to learn, collaborate, and network. Only by working together, we can hope to build a future where the maritime industry is in harmony with the environment, where technology and network can coexist in a balanced and prosperous way. I wish you all an inspiring and productive day. Thank you again for being here, and may this conference mark the beginning of a greener and more sustainable future for our oceans. Welcome and enjoy the day.
Thank you, Simone. Thank you, Marco, for the warm welcome. The program of the day includes keynote speaking from now until 12:30, followed by an amazing lunch break. The afternoon session will begin at 2:30 p.m. with 3 keynote and conclude with the final roundtable discussion. Now we can start with the first keynote. The topic is hybrid gangways, EMI new electric tender, MITEC engine specification. The speakers are Michele Preziuso, CEO and founder of Amare Group, and Silvia Peduto, co-founder of MITEC. Prego. Prego. Sì, 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 sì.
Okay, good. So, first of all, nice to meet you. I'm CEO and founder of Amare. And today I will try to touch your story of innovation that was born in 2012. But before to introduce myself and my company, I want to thank Cala del Forte to hosting the event. It's my first time here, so very nice place. Congratulations for the whole organization. It's very clean. A lot of nice boats, and I have seen several boats here with my product installed on board, so I'm very proud also to work and see what we have done in the last year. And second, thanks to GPY, represented by Simone Bonfiglioli Borgia and Giovanni Granai. So it's a good opportunity that you've given to me. I'm not a propulsion producer, but I decided just 1 year ago to start a product, to launch a new tender with electric propulsion. And that's the reason why we have here also MITEC, that after will tell to you better what's behind the project and how works their smart propulsion electric engine. So let's start from the beginning. A kind of story from Amare. Amare was born in 2012. I had just an idea. I want to say that I am not a boat owner, but I like the industry, I like the design, and I like the product. So what I have done is try to give innovation starting from the basic things. For example, Amare in 2014 was the first company to get the certification from RINA, and everybody knows RINA, to have the MCA approval for the ports glued on glass on the first Navetta 28 from Ferretti yacht. We start to make market, and also other people like my competitor, but are well good friend like Nemo or Humar or Lippert or Trend Marine, start copy also the innovation and put everything in the market. Moving forward, why we talk about innovation today? Because I think that after 2008, the market changed. So there has been a very game changing around it, because not only the engineer, but also other kind of people very important to study and design the boat were born. What I mean is that the designer and also the approach, the software approach that we have to put in the production, the product, and also use the right material to try to be involved in a change. So nowadays we have a lot of product that we can supply on the boat, and we try to put innovation and also efficiency around it. For example, we supply the part of the boat with gangway, with terrace, with multifunctional stairs, with tender lift. Nowadays are all electric, all with fluid, with oil, so power unit. What does it mean, using oil and electrical pump? It means that maybe you have a lot of consumption, you have a lot of maintenance, you have oil, water leaking in the water, in the garage, you have always to clean the boat. You know, sometimes you have also to try to change, and that's the reason why many people, many producers, 4 years ago, decided to develop electric gangway. But there is also a but, because electric gangway are a very good product, light product, they works very good, but there is an issue. How much the electric can be used on a component like a gangway, that it's your first step on the motor yacht, and it's very important. So it needs to be always working. It don't need to be fixed every time. So we decided to apply a kind of hybrid solution on the gangway, and later I will explain. All the hard glazing with the ports, as I told to you, glued on glass, and we have decided also to develop all our own domotic. We can move forward with a small video that try to introduce Amare, who we are in the market nowadays. So what we try to do is to have a gentle approach to the product on developing the product. As I told, the glazing and steel. Everybody knows the portholes. What is the portholes? Portholes now in the market is just a steel frame put on the fiberglass, just needed to open and close for water, for fresh air, okay? But nowadays, ports is becoming a different component for the interior design of your boat because it's a piece of steel that you see every day when you wake up. So we have to change the mind that it's just a piece of steel because we need to have a gentle approach also onto the design and how we decide to produce this kind of component. Same of the gangway. The gangway, as I told, we have changed completely the approach on develop what we have developed. Why? Because we start to use cork instead thick. It's lightweight. Cork is a very nice material. I have to say that it's a kind delicate, so you need to treat very well the product, but it's something lighter, it's something approachable, it's something sustainable. In 2019, Amare was the first company to apply a domotic sensor on a porthole. What I mean? Since 2018, for the MCA vessel and commercial use, all the hatches need to be verified and monitoring by the owner or by the captain to ensure the closing of every single porthole. We have decided to put a domotic sensor on top just to avoid the full connection of a boat. Imagine to have a 30-meter, 40-meter vessel, plugged and connected with all the cable from the stern to the bow, just to have a small sensor on it. We have made an estimation, you will save around the 70% of the weight, 70% of the cable, 70% also of your job. In 2019, we launched this kind of system in the market, and in 2022, Amare decided to acquire the supplier to produce their own range of domotic system, allowing the vessel and also the yard to reduce the consumption and the work labor hour, and also the use of plastic inside their main production. That was just a start, because in reality nowadays, today we are here because I want to introduce Amy. It's our main innovation, and you can see it behind of you. Amy, it's a tender. I have decided 2 years ago to start the developing, just because I went in Düsseldorf Boat Show in 2022. I went around the pavilion number 9, famous for the rib and dinghy exhibitor. And I look me around and I have seen several stuck design. What I mean? I mean that, yes, someone starting speaking about electric, but on an existing design of tender. So, you know who are the producer. William, it's the main one. Zar is a good producer. Everyone have the best product in the market. But I decided, as I have done in 2014, to change the design and the approach on developing the tender. Because if you want to use an electric dinghy, the dinghy need to be designed around the electric engine. That's the secret, because you need to know how to put and to balance the battery, because without a good balance of the battery, the vessel will not perform. I will tell you, we had 2 years of project. I want to thank also to Silvia, because Silvia from MITEC, I think that in the last 2 years, I knocked her door many times with many tests we have done in the market. And nowadays we have a performing motorboat that has been presented in 2025 in Düsseldorf. It was also in Dubai Boat Show, and the official launch will be also in Cannes 2025, where we will have also the stand. A small video just for the launch. Okay, very fast. So we have chosen the slogan, the quiet revolution, for 2 reasons. The first, because quiet, it's electric, it's silent. Quiet also because it's the approach of a Mare company. So not to be rude directly, but start growing with a good quality product. So the result is a full carbon fiber vessel. The total weight, including battery and engine, is 289 kilo for a 3.30 meters dinghy. Well performing, maximum speed 21.4 knots. So for a 3.3 electric, I think that it's a good result. For a 15 kilowatt engine, 20 horsepower, not too bad. With 2 people on board, between 8 to 10 knots, we have a performance of 2 hours, 20 minutes in terms of range and autonomy. And we can recharge the full battery pack with the 220 in just 3 hours and a half, if you have the fast charging, 50 minutes needed. So it's a kind of different design. It has been designed around the usage of the people that need to be on board. In fact, we have decided to develop a full workaround, 360 degrees workaround, to allow people to step inside very fast and also outside from the tender. And what I have to add, I think that it has the best engine, electric engine nowadays in the market, because it's a very smartest product. When it's closed, it remains in the same dimension of the hull. I mean that you can put it on a garage, on a beach platform, and you can beach directly on the sand without any problem in terms of maintenance. You will forget the maintenance. Maybe you will call me in 8 years asking just what kind of battery I can put when it's finished. And that's it. Silvia, thank you.
Hello. Okay. Buongiorno. Bonjour and good morning. So Michele is being very modest about the project, but actually we've been working together since 2 years in a row now. We are the suppliers for the electric propulsion, and as MITEC we do produce a very wide range of electric motors, but don't get fooled by me. It's not just me. There's me and my father working together in this company. And my father has got 40 years experience in the nautic field on his shoulders. So what I'm presenting you now is a patented product. Briefly, this company is quite young, sorry. We began during COVID, and during COVID, as you know, we were forced to stay in Ravenna in our headquarters, so there was no possibility to showcase the product, attend trade shows or whatsoever. So we had little to zero chance of commercializing something, and therefore we invest in research and development. Since my father plays a role in this marine field and he's a sailor, he thought about a product that could, actually that was missing on the market, okay? Because we are all in sailing boats or motorboats are used to the traditional outboards. Those kind of outboards actually never changed. So the technology of these outboards, small outboards, is more or less the same since 30, 35 years. And the issue we face is always the same. You have to mount and dismount the petrol outboard each time you use it. We decided it was time to have a new product. So something ideally installed once and forgot, that can be activated by the press of a button and can be switched off again by pressing a button. This is what we had in mind. So Revolve is one-of-a-kind solution. It's a very simple design. So it's tiny, it's compact, and the reason why is this compact is because it has to stay within the dimension of the tender. And by rotating, he makes a movement, and later we will showcase you in real life. And he rotates himself up to off position. Here is how it works. So here is in the off position. In the off position, the motor stays within the dimension of the tender. What does it mean? I'm too close to the, okay. It means that you can now store the tender on board with the outboard without compromising on the dimension of your tender, because my outboard takes no space at all. Once you press the on button, Revolve turns, and by turning, it places in the vertical position, and the steering, so the maneuvering of Revolve, is electric, and therefore you can easily maneuver, revolve up to 90 degrees. Frankly speaking, 90 degrees is too much. So with a tender of 3 meters, 4 meters would be unbearable to drive with a 90-degree angle. So we've limited up to 30, but this is not the point. The point is that being everything electric, we can customize everything. We can customize degree by degree how you want to close it. And we can do it also by remote. So in case you want to change something, you just need to make a call to MITEC, and remotely connecting, we can adjust the closure and the opening of Revolve. And the same is for the rest of the setting. Here we got an installation with one of the first clients that was producing carbon tenders before EMI came into the market. And the installation is very clean. As you may know, in order to produce a clean product, aesthetically designed in order to be elegant and minimal, there's a huge amount of work behind. So we've got the electric steering, the power on and off simply by touching a button. And so you therefore forget the struggle related to common outboards. We can provide a 4.5 color touch display. This is needed when it comes to electric, because of course, as for the electric cars, you want to have control on the battery status and on the motor data and everything related to the functionality of the system. And these are our trotters that you will find showcased in AMI tender. Our trotters are designed by ourselves for the very simple reason we couldn't find an aesthetically beautiful trotter to be paired with our motor. Therefore, once you've invested to design the motor, you invest very little to increase your range and design also trotters. Here is an overview of the models of revolve we can provide, the range, the power, and so on. With respect to other competitors on the market, we claim to be very honest when converting kilowatt to horsepower. And therefore, the motor we provide are really powerful. The motor Michele decided to install, of course, is the bigger one. It's this 20 HP. It's a 48 voltage. And this is very important because 48 means we are all working at low voltage, which is safer, easier, no need for technical expertise when installing or servicing. It will make everyone's life easier. 15 kilowatt power and 48 kilogram in total. As you see, the weight between the 6 HP and the 20 HP differs very little. And there's the very simple reason that the casing, the external part, is always the same. We simply change the motor in the inside. And this is the reason why there's not a huge difference between one model to the other. Speaking of performances, of course, the 20 HP is the best compromise between weight and overall power. What sets us apart from the design and apart from the product that clearly is a patented product? What sets us apart is the expertise and the knowledge as a company we have on product, material, production, and research and development. 40 years of experience are the years of experience that my father put into for this project, and the quality of the material and the innovation and the patent plays a strong role when it comes to marine product, because everyone here knows that marine environment is the worst environment ever for quality of materials, for servicing, for maintenance, and so on. So it has to be a quality product in order to perform in the marine business. Performance you can feel. Everyone maybe knows that electric-powered propulsion has got instant torque and instant power. What does it mean in an outward stern drive on a tender? It means that it's fun. It's incredibly fun because once you're on and you switch it on, you've got the maximum power at the glance of an eye. So 20 knots of speed is the speed we performed with a very regular tender. With Amy, that is in carbon and most of all is designed upon the motor, we have a very lightweight tender and a very clever storage for the batteries, which allows the tender to perform even better and to have an optimized weight distribution. The quality of the motor, maybe you know it, maybe not, I will tell you. Can you step back, please? Yes, thank you. Here you see the quality of the motor. 20 knot top speed with one person, 19.5 knot top speed with two people. So what does this data mean? This data means that the motor is incredibly strong because it basically has no difference between one person to two, which is the double. So it means that the motor can really bear weight and load when it comes to plane mode. Gliding speed, 12.5 knots, 4.4 knots, 1.5 kilowatt consumption. What does this mean? You want to have fun? It means that you can go more or less up to an hour with one or two persons. You want to have a very calm, quiet, peaceful ride with your tender. Multiply, you have to imagine this 1.5 kilowatt consumption for a 15 kilowatt battery pack. It means you can use it for 10 hours, which is an enormous amount of time for a tender. It doesn't even make sense. But this gives you a rough idea of the autonomy that you can have by playing with speeds and people on board. Thank you. No, it's not finished. Sorry. Revolve is sized to adapt to any tender. So basically here you find out how it's designed. You've got just to drill a 14.5 hull into the transom of your boat. And there's the external part, that's the visible one, the one that will go in the water, because of course there's the propeller, and an inside part. This inside part is very 13 centimeters, so it's not very huge. It's a tiny box, but the beautiful thing of this box is that it's virtually a plug and play solution. So basically you have to match the internal with the external with 8 screws and the installation is done. What is good about the internal box is that in case anything should occur and in case you have to service for whatever reason, you don't need to service from the water. You can have a servicing and a checkup directly from the boat, which is very good. Okay, thank you. This is an installation, hybrid actually, that we haven't thought about. Clients came to us suggesting this solution, and once we tried with the first very courage client, then we developed a special line with a little longer leg for this kind of installations. The good thing of Revolve is of course that by rotating, you can have an hybrid boat with no resistance, because basically you will use the center motors of your boat, which are typically petrol motors. And then by having 2 revolves in the transom, one on the left and one on the right, you can directly access protected marine areas, ports, maneuvering, whatever you need, just with electric power. Those are the real benefits and the real users that can actually think about an electric propulsion. So private owners for the silence, the emissions, comfort, and so on. The fleets of charters, because it's incredibly convenient since there's no maintenance, and it can actually give a very particular experience to your guest. Eco resorts and marina for the zero impact. Sailing schools and clubs, because it's incredibly easier to teach and speak to children or people without having the noise of the petrol outboard behind you, even at low speeds. And then refit projects to upgrade classic yachts, as you saw, make them hybrid. Simone, you are distracting my technique. Thank you. Why I'm saying electric is not for everyone. Frankly speaking, is not for everyone. So we have to take care of the weight and the cost of the batteries that is decreasing significantly in the past 3 years in a row, I believe. But the optimal implementation of the electric propulsion is wider than you think. So whenever you've got short distance, low speed, or low speed and long distances, those are the perfect implementation for the electric. We cannot cruise from here to Sardinia. We cannot cruise from Ravenna to Croatia in full electric unless we haven't got a very big battery pack or solar panels and things so on. But everything else related to short distance, low speed, or short distance, high speed, and long distance and low speed can be electrified. And I believe I've done. Yes, we are based in Ravenna. Ravenna is on the other side of Italy. where the sea is not very good, to be honest, but at least we can have a very wide marina to test our product, to showcase them, and to report real data. I thank you everyone for the attention, and if you've got questions here, yeah, thank you.
We postpone Michele Maggi's speech, 15-20 minutes, and I'd like to introduce you a real experience given by a captain of an hybrid yacht. I would like to call here Mr. Walter Luino, captain of Solaya, an hybrid 60-meter Amil super yacht, who will tell us his experience on an hybrid vessel. Prego. Microphone.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, GPY, to invite me. I'm captain of Solaya. Solaya is moored here in the marina. Our first year in Cala del Forte, and so far so good. It's excellent marina. It's also our first year on Amer's 60 yacht. It's brand new. We came down from Holland on July. And also my first experience on hybrid propulsion. In Damen yacht in Holland, they always said, don't be scared, it's hybrid yacht, but you can manage it as a normal yacht. There are a lot of synchronization, a lot of system to make hybrid propulsion possible. If anything got wrong, you just switch off the hybrid mode and use like a normal diesel motor yacht. On the other hand, when you get familiar with the hybrid solution and propulsion, there are two aspects to consider. In the navigation, you can sail without the generators because the electric engine provides to supply the power. And also you can switch off completely the main engine and run electrically only. Of course, the generators must be on. They are feeding the electric engine. We have a big bank of batteries, but it's not enough to sail. They are used sort of in between the generator and the engines. And that is another crucial point, because you all know about batteries, how dangerous can be to have such amount of battery on board. So the shipyard dedicated the stern platform only for battery storage. There are 16 big units completely sealed with an extinguisher inside each element, sensors to monitor the temperature and also the humidity. If there is a leakage, immediately the sensor gives an alarm. Everything is fitted in a way to increase the safety. You know, when a battery gets fired, that's very bad experience. So, so far, Amers did 6 yachts like this. Everything is running smooth. But Solaya is the first one officially registered as a hybrid yacht. This propulsion can be improved. At the moment, we can sail only 7 knots, just pure electric. But, you know, in maneuvering, in a national park, in some marina, that is something makes a difference. We don't have to switch a diesel engine on anymore. We just run generators, and we can do our maneuvering and also our slow navigation. In this past season, we did a few days electric only, but being familiar with the system, we can even plan our cruise in a different way, using maybe nighttime. In a slow speed, we can sail a lot of miles with only 20 liters per hour consumption from the generators. That makes a huge difference in pollution and also in consumption. Running diesel, keeping the generators off is another point. We save running hours from the generator, and we have a full supply. Only, let's say, when the cook is cooking with the oven and the consumption is too much, at that time, the system automatically starts the generator. This system is fully automatic. It can pass from electric propulsion to diesel propulsion with a time of synchronization. And then one engine gets off and the other engine take charge. Same for the generator. One generator starts running with the battery. When the battery starts going down, the second generator starts automatically keeping the balance always in the perfect level. So for now, it's a new experience. I'm proud about my owner decisions. That was an increase of price, and the costs are different. And slowly we can move towards a fully hybrid propulsion. Any question? Thank you. Please. We are coming from a yacht with the MTU 4000, and let's say going for a swim was about a consumption of 1,000 liters per hour. So he chose drastically to change in a green way, and Amers has this project. It's not the only one. I know other shipyards do something even better. Our speed is because the dimension of the electric engine cannot be bigger for engine room project. But of course, with a bigger engine, we can even sail at 10 knots, which is a decent cruise speed. For now, we are happy like that. Yes?
What is your range?
Maybe around the world. We have 20 liters per hour and 60,000 liters a tank. So easy to calculate. Must be patient because 7 knots is like a small sailing yacht. But in good condition, is pretty good. I cannot say with the rough sea is not ideal because those stabilizers are not working properly at low speed. But it's one step forward. The system has zero maintenance. Actually, we are in, as a warranty job, we have a plan to change one element because the sensor detected an high level of humidity. That it doesn't mean a leakage, but it's something to keep in a perfect way. So one element will be changed. For the rest, there is no maintenance at all. Yes, we have 16, let's say, battery, that big. This is the box, but the battery is inside with the.
In one element, you have these 16.
Yeah, one get out and another come back.
When you went years.
I have no idea. This probably depending on the performance of the batteries. Of course, there is no warranty covering that time because at that time the warranty will be expired. But number one over 60 meters is already 5 years running, and they are still using the batteries. Yes. And change the batteries is not easy job. They are quite heavy in a position, but luckily will be in the future.
Okay, we have a break of 15 minutes. Enjoy, take a Okay. Hello. Please take a seat.
Ciao.
Signori, se vi potete sedere per cortesia, è finito il momento di fare fenomeni col coffee break. Please.
Ora lavorare.
We're sorry for the technical issue before. So we start with the second keynote. Michele Maggi, CEO of Emotion, is online.
Yes,
Let's do a test.
everybody.
Mr. Maggi, are you there?
Yes, good morning, everybody. We are here.
Okay, so we hear you. So you can move forward with your presentation. Please stay in the 30 minutes.
Okay, we'll try our best. So good morning, everybody. I am Michele Maggi, CEO and founder of Emotion Hybrid System. I have been all my life a marine diesel engine distributor and also all equipment for the engine room distributor. And I decided after building the first hybrid for the Ferretti Group in 2006, and after the nautical industry crisis of 2008-9, to go back into the business into 2013 with the development of a hybrid system. Since then, we developed parallel and serial hybrid system with a different family of electric engine, permanent magnet electric engine with clutch and without clutch, to be able to offer into the market hybrid systems for yachts starting at 40 feet up to 250 feet. Of course, all electric engine families have different dimension and power settings. So we are able to deliver for each size of a vessel high performance with diesel electric propulsion, full electric propulsion, and battery charging. When we set system in parallel hybrid, we always set the system to have a diesel electric propulsion of at least 9-10 knots, but in mega yachts we reach even 11.5-12 knots in diesel electric. So main difference between a parallel hybrid and a serial hybrid is that a serial hybrid is for displacement hulls, and parallel hybrid is for fast planning vessels. This is the presentation, Enrico, of the serial hybrid, but we need to start with the parallel hybrid configuration. So here you can see how a parallel hybrid, what is going on, Enrico?
I don't know, sorry.
Okay. Okay, parallel hybrid configuration. We want to show you how the parallel hybrid propulsion train is assembled. Stop. As you can see, we use any kind of diesel engine, and our electric engine permanent magnet has an integrated electromagnetic clutch inside the space of the electric engine. So we have diesel engine, a coupling, our electric engine with clutch. The clutch is the round thing that you see now in the middle of the screen, another coupling and gearbox. Let's put everything together. And this is the powertrain. Stop a second. As you can see, we are here in the family already of Psi 1 electric engine with diameter of 560 millimeters. And this family of engine covers all the diesel engine starting at 750 horsepower with the MAN i6, going all the way up to the 16V 2000 MTU, and we can deliver with the booster mode up to 3000 horsepower per shaft. The dimension of the electric engine with the clutch is very minimal. The 200 kilowatt version is only 330 millimeters in length. So the total length of the powertrain is only 330 millimeters longer than the standard. And we have another version that is 300 kilowatt that is usually delivered for mega yachts over 35 or 40 meters up to 62, 65 meters. And that engine is with double winding, double inverter, and develops 300 kilowatt and has a length of only 410 millimeters. The good thing of both engines is that they can deliver high power at low RPM, giving the performance when you cruise in diesel electric. We talked about the electromagnetic clutch inside. The electromagnetic clutch is normally closed. So means that every time you start your diesel engine, our electric engine spins at the same revolution of the diesel and can be used as an alternator. Instead, when the clutch is open, the diesel is disconnected and you can use the powertrain as, stop a second, the powertrain as full electric or diesel electric propulsion. The parallel hybrid complete system consists on the two main powertrain with the electric engine. Usually in small boat, we do not install any variable speed generator because the two engines powertrain are also two big generators, and the fast charge of the battery packs while going is in only 15-20 minutes. So we take away from you guys the anxiety of battery charging, because every time you start the main engine, the battery are going to be charged with a very fast charge level up to 200 kilowatt, better than a fast charger for cars on the freeway. The system, even without variable speed generators, is anyway more redundant than any standard vessel. Because if you have a failure in one of your main engine, using the other one with alternator function, you produce so much energy from the electric engine that you can give engine to hotel load to charge slowly the battery packs, but to give a lot of power to the second electric engine that, with the clutch open, allows you to fully operate the vessel with two propellers. You will be limited in speed at about 10-11 knots, but you still have two propellers and full load for electrical system on board. Of course, for bigger vessel, we have sometimes only one variable speed generator, which is mostly up to a yacht of 30 meters, and then two variable speed generator for bigger yachts. But sometimes for mega yachts, the requirements is even to have 4 variable speed generator, smaller size, in order to be able to make the installation without an SCR system. Because after 130 kilowatt continuous power at crankshaft is mandatory the SCR system. So in mega yachts, they ask us to deliver the 4 generators instead of 2 big ones in order to avoid the installation of the SCR system. Now, with a complete system like this, you can consider that you have 5 power sources. One power source is a battery pack. Each generator is a power source. Each propulsion train is also a power source. One power source alone is good enough to allow you to use the vessel with 2 propellers and to have full power on your electrical main switchboard, and be able to give power to all your appliances, air conditioning, and so on. So the redundancy of the system is unbeatable, because anything that might happen as a failure, you still have the possibility to run your vessel with 1 generator, 2 propeller, and power to the hotel load, with the battery pack limited to the charge of the battery pack the same. Each propulsion train gives you also the same possibility to still run your vessel. So the redundancy has no equal in any standard operating vessel. We can go slowly through the different mode so that you understand. When the clutch is open in the side of the electric engine, you disconnect the diesel, and now you can operate the propeller shaft either in full electric. Here you see the battery pack are giving the power to the so-called DC link or DC bus, which is the heart of the system, and then power to the hotel and to the electric engine. Same with the clutch open, you can operate the vessel in diesel electric navigation mode, which means diesel generator on, power the DC bus that slow charge the battery packs, gives power to the hotel load, and gives power to the electric engine for propulsion. The system operates completely automatically and has a hierarchy. The king of the system that receives at all time the power needed is hotel load, so you will never be in blackout, anything that happens. If batteries goes low in charge, we start automatically the generator. And in propulsion, if hotel load suddenly ask because the cook is starting all the ovens and grills of the yacht, and at the same time other part of the crew is starting completely the washing machine and other appliances, heating for the swimming pool, etc., automatically the system gives all the power needed to the hotel load, and the remaining available power goes to propulsion. Please, Enrico, keep going. Now, when we have the clutch closed, instead, you can use the vessel, just any standard vessel. And by not giving any command to the electric engine, you are just in full diesel propulsion. Our system does not touch anything of the original marine diesel engine manufacturer electronics. So you're going to have your standard control lever, your standard start and stop, emergency stop panel for diesel engine, and at any time you can start the engine, take the control, and drive your yacht in full diesel mode as any standard yacht. Of course, when you are in full diesel, when the system is on, you can select alternator mode, and in this case, our electric engine will is all dark, Enrico, go further. Our electric engine will produce the energy to give power to hotel and charge the battery packs. We also have, when we deliver the variable speed generator, the booster mode. So in many yachts, we are downsizing the diesel engine because the booster mode will give to the diesel engine the extra power and will equal the standard propulsion of bigger engines. Sometimes we build yachts with an 8V instead of a 12V, but with booster mode, we give to the yacht the same power as of a 12V engines. Of course, the variable speed generator will start automatically and is a mandatory function in order to have full gold standard warranty from MAN or full warranty from any diesel engine manufacturer, because the booster mode is mandatory to be continuous duty during high-speed cruising. So at a certain RPM, we start the generator automatically. This is the main feature of a parallel hybrid. Of course, we have also many requests for serial hybrid, which is more for displacement yacht, but sometimes for very big yacht, the request is for 1000 kilowatt per shaft. So we take off the clutch from our electric engine and we add electric engine on electric engine. We can go up to 4, that is in total 1200 kilowatt. Of course, to give power to all those engines, you need several variable speed generator, and this is a normal setup. This is a standard setup, for example, of an 80-footer Explorer, 90-footer Explorer with 2 variable speed generator and double electric engine, usually without a gearbox. We produce electric engine in 2 different RPM setting. So depending on your propeller RPM, we can deliver the engines with maximum speed 1000 RPM, and you can have a propeller even with maximum speed 600 RPM and not install a gearbox. Otherwise, we deliver the engine with the maximum speed 2000 RPM, and in that case, we deliver it with a gearbox. When we deliver engines without a gearbox, usually in a standard propeller shaft version, there is a thrust bearing. Otherwise, we put the electric engine as a cap on a pod that can be of Bundested or Beth or other manufacturer, and goes directly as a cylinder on a pod. So the propulsion can be hidden below the floor of the engine room, and you do not see the propulsion. You can have a huge beach area without or a sailing yacht. Sometimes we built it in that way. And the serial hybrid gives the freedom also to the naval architects to put the engine room in wherever they want inside the vessel, because in the engine room you only will have the generators. We are basing the variable speed generator on a marine diesel engine, mainly Yanmar, but we built also variable speed generator with Volvo. We have the full series from 80 kilowatt that has, though, the weight and dimensions of a 20 kilowatt Kohler or Onan, and 180 kilowatt that has, though, the weight and dimension of a 28 kilowatt Kohler or Onan, and 300 kilowatt with the dimension of a 55 kilowatt weight and dimensions. and we go up to 500 kilowatts with the big Volvo D13 engines for big mega yachts, and sometimes they ask us 5 variable speed generators and multiple electric engine on the shaft. What we did, not only to develop variable speed generator, electric engine families and clutches, but also the battery packs with full Lloyd register and RINA type approval with the safest chemistry, LFP chemistry of the battery. Maybe Enrico can show you a picture on how a battery pack is inside. This is the dimension, 1 meter 360 by 660 for 300 kilos each, and a power of 40 kilowatt hours. Sometimes in some mega yachts we deliver up to 24 pack for a total of almost 1 megawatt of battery packs. This together with solar panel, we are already at a stage to be able to assure 100 nautical miles of full electric range at 7 knots on mega yachts 42 meters with very efficient hull. Inside the battery packs, you see all the little holes. Is each cell has a gas release valve. We have 9 BMS to check the temperature, the voltage, the state of charge, everything about every single cells, and 1 BMS master to collect all the data of all the cells to do the power management of each battery pack that is installed on board. If you look at the lower right corner, you see a gas release valve. When a thermal runaway occurs from one of those little holes that you see of the cell, that each cell has a gas release valve, the gas goes out only from that big white gas release valve that shipyards connects directly outside. The gas is non-toxic and in open air is not flammable. So these are the safest battery, and the hardest test that we needed to pass is to put a big nail in the cover of the battery pack and with a hammer go through one of the cells in the middle of the battery pack and demonstrate that the gas goes out only from the gas release valve, and the thermal runaway does not spread to any of the other cells. The battery pack stays on top at 70 degrees of temperature, and at the bottom at 50 degrees, disconnect immediately, and there is no way that our battery pack can provocate a fire or an explosion. In mega yachts, they do build around the battery pack a safety box, but more to protect our battery from a fire that is already on board, not for the opposite, because our battery cannot provocate a fire or an explosion. Maybe Enrico shortly show a power and data diagram, because the other thing that we worked very hard was to minimize the components on board and do the system completely plug and play. This is our system step 1 that goes in yacht starting at 40 feet up to 30, 35 meters. And as you can see, from shore power, we have a so-called OBC, onboard charger, that takes 50 or 60 hertz, so you don't need any longer any frequency converter on board. From shore power, we can get monophase, three-phase, 50 hertz, 60 hertz on the onboard charger. Onboard charger, if it is a three-phase, is already up to 22 kilowatts, and we can put up to 8 in parallel. So as many power as you want. Of course, we can have multiple shore power, and we have also option to connect solar panel. We have already the option of the fast charge CCS1 or CCS2, like you have in your electric car. Option of a variable speed generator or not, as I explained before. Battery packs up to 6, we are still on step 1. With the DC link, that is the panel that you see in the center, that is the heart of the system. Every power source produce energy, the DC link collect the energy, and from the DC link, the energy is distributed to all the other power demand that you might have. You see that on the right of the DC link, there is the DC-AC inverter. That is the inverter that will give power to your hotel load. Also, that inverter we can put up to 8 in parallel, and we eliminated completely the insulation transformer and the frequency converter from board, and we just go with those inverters. Each inverter has the dimension of half the size of the shoebox. So to put several in the yacht is not a big deal. And moreover, we engineered the system now that the DC link in step 1 is only 400 by 400 by 250 millimeters, so very minimal. And we have up to 6 high power connection on the left side, and 8 22 kilovolt ampere power connection on the right side, to facilitate also the construction of the vessel, putting on the right side bow thruster, stern thruster, fin stabilizers, solar panels, connection, and so on, making the electrical main panel much easier. We deliver the system with the plug and play power cable and plug and play data wires, so that installation for the shipyard and maintenance is really easy, with so little components and everything plug and play. Maintenance for the whole system, all our inverters, electric engines, and battery packs are maintenance free. And as repair, there is no repair to be done, because either they work or need substitution. But substitution is only 2 coolant pipes to be disconnected, and only 2 wires that are plug and play, so easy to replace. And it's an operation that takes 15 minutes. This is about it. Enrico, do we have, oh, the last The last thing is the user-friendly panel. This is an example for a parallel hybrid with a double generator. You see on the left side the left diesel engine, main data, RPM, coolant temperature, lube oil pressure. On the right side, the right engine with RPM, coolant, and lube oil. In the middle, you have the electric engine. The white cross is the symbol for the clutch. When it's white and closed, when it's green and open, means that it's open. The easy and user-friendly panel, when you are at dock or anchor mode, you just push the button in the middle of the electric engine. To start in the morning, you just push the button of full electric propulsion, and automatically, Enrico, please, full electric propulsion, automatically, not diesel propulsion, this is diesel, full electric. Full electric propulsion, you see the clutch opens, the electric engine spins at 600 RPM, idle speed of the diesel. The diesel are off completely. You take the control levers command and you're ready to go. You go maneuvering short distance. Usually we give at least 15 to 20 nautical miles range at 6 knots in full electric to all the yachts that we built. And sometimes customers ask for more battery packs in order to have a longer range. And when you are done with the full electric and you want to start a long range, comfortable navigation with low fuel consumption and very low noise, you just push diesel electric and seamless. We start the 2 generators. Enrico, please, diesel electric. And automatically the 2 generator will feed the power to the DC link. From DC link, we slow charge the battery packs and we give power to the electric engine that will take your vessel with a speed up to 10, 11, 12 knots, depending on the size of the vessel and the size of the generator. Instead, when you want to go fast, you start the push button full diesel. We match the RPM of the diesel and the electric engine. We close the clutch. We reverse the cycle of the electric engine. That becomes a big alternator. Fast charge the battery packs. And after certain RPM, we start also the generators. Now you see that we are already after 1500 RPM. So also the generators are on. And we give you the booster mode automatically. And when you are done in fast cruising and you slow down, when you go below a set RPM, the system shuts off the generator, and when you push full electric propulsion, opens the clutch, and when it shuts off the generator, you are in fast charge mode with the electric engine. When you push full electric propulsion, open the clutch, and you are in approaching and going. And when you found your nice sweet spot to put the anchor down, you just push dock anchor mode, and automatically you stay on battery packs. The advantage of the system is that the comfort is unbeatable on board, because most of the time you are on battery packs. At anchor, we usually set battery packs dimension to give you at least 12 hours of anchor mode. The battery packs takes a fast charge from a variable speed generator or from main diesel engine, even in neutral position at anchor. And fast charge means 24 minutes to charge the battery from 5% to 90%. So most of the time, the comfort is given because you have no noise, no pollution, no smell of exhaust gas system around the boat. The other huge advantage is redundancy. We talked about in the beginning, because each power source, you never finish your vacation. Any failure that you have on board, any power source is good enough for two propellers and to give power to your hotel load. And savings in fuel, up to 50% in fuel saving a year, because any standard vessel in maneuvering, approaching, slow cruise, and so on, with two big engines and the generator on 24 hours a day, have a waste of energy that by doing all that in full electric, you save about 60% of the main propulsion diesel engine running hour and 95% of the generator running hour if you have a generator on board. Otherwise, without a generator, for a vessel up to 20 meters, 0 hours on generators because it's not even there. So less maintenance, fuel savings, comfort, and redundancy. Any question?
Mr. Maggi, do you hear me?
Yes.
2 minutes to conclude, please.
I think we are completely done. We are just waiting for questions.
Okay, there are questions. This is the first one. Which is the scheduled maintenance? How many hours?
Is the scheduled maintenance only of the diesel engine, because all our other equipment are maintenance free. The only thing that require maintenance are the pumps for the cooling system, and regular maintenance of the pump.
Thank you. Second question, for the inverter, is there a dedicated chiller system?
Yes, all the inverters, electric engines, and battery packs are liquid cooled, 50% glycol, 50% distilled water, and the cooling system on board provide the cooling. And there is also, of course, a heat exchanger, but not a chiller. Chiller is not needed. The inverters, they are very hard beasts. They work up to 105 degrees ambient temperature and up to 65 degrees of the coolant temperature. They still give full power.
Thank you. Next, they say, as a comment, we should see the available power in the center box. Is it possible?
The DC link, you mean?
The available power.
What? Maybe in the picture before, you mean?
Oh, this is the question. Let's check.
Available power in the DC link is the available of that you have from any power source of the system. So in the DC link, if you are attached to shore power, the maximum available power is the shore power. If you are on the variable speed generator, the maximum power available is the power of the generator. If you are on propulsion engine in alternator mode, the maximum power is the power of the two electric engine. So let's say 400 kilowatt. From the battery packs, depending on the number of the battery pack, but instantaneously, the battery pack can give you up to 2.5 C. So here in this example, where you have two battery packs for a total of only 80 kilowatt hours, so normally we install that kind of power in a 60-footer, 70-footer yacht. 70-footer is already 4 battery packs. Anyway, with 2 battery packs, 80 kilowatt hour, you can have a maximum power on the DC link of 200 kilowatt. That is more than enough to run propulsion, to run any kind of bow thruster, stern thruster, fin stabilizer, everything that you need for navigation.
Okay, thank you. Last, which is the battery life for these batteries, please?
These battery packs, we picked up the longest life battery available from CATL. CATL is the largest company of the world that produce cells. Is in China. They own the 40% of the market, and 1 every 3 cars in the market has CATL cells. This one, after 6,000 cycles, they still retain up to 85% of the power. Normally, a yacht put between 200 and 300 cycles a year. So, too long.
Thank you, Mr. Maggi. Thank you for this interesting keynote. Mr. Michele Maggi, CEO from Emotion. Thank you, and we move forward with the next keynote.
Thank you very much. Ciao, Renzo. Ciao.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
Let's move on another keynote about alternative energy. I call here on the stage Mr. Andrea Minerdo, Executive Chairman of Nat Power H. The subject is the hydrogen ecosystem for boating. Mr. Minerdo, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the invitation today. Event. It's not easy to find this level of content on these topics, especially in Italy in this moment. So congratulations for organizing this event. So at Nat Power, I'm Andrea Minerdo. I'm the chairman of Nat Power Age. It is part of Nat Power Group. We can. That is an holding focused on the origination of renewable projects, mainly wind, solar, and BESS, so large projects for battery energy storage systems. Within this okay, so with this scenario, we started in 2019. Next slide, please. We have a pipeline of 40 gigawatts of projects so far in 7 countries, especially Italy, UK, and US, where we have 3 large offices. And we are going ahead in developing 4 technologies projects, including hydrogen. So a couple of years ago, we started to investigate heavily what I mean using hydrogen as energy vector. Just before doing that, next slide is about a recent decision of a French group, Group Vinci, to invest in our company, especially focusing on the US market. So they acquired 10% of the equity of the holding. Next one. So we started to investigate the possible use of hydrogen that for our point of view, it's an unbelievable opportunity to use this energy vector in different markets. And we identified the pleasure yachting market as a very promising area. And we decided to start creating the first global infrastructure of hydrogen refueling stations, specifically designed for the pleasure yachting. So today I will share where are we in the development of this project. There is a video, I think, now. So the idea behind this project is to bring energy to the boat in a different way. Most of the existing hydrogen-propelled boats actually are also electric boats, but with a different way of storing energy on board. It is one of the obstacles in a wider adoption of the use of electricity on board. We have seen in the previous presentation that there is an ideal segment for the use of battery on board. It is the small boats or slow boats. We are trying to provide more energy on board. And this is something that we are not taking care of. There are companies already producing boats and vessels propelled by hydrogen. There are companies that are already manufacturing hydrogen engines. We are taking care about the infrastructure that sooner or later will be the bottleneck of the market. So we invested, and we are planning to invest quite a good amount of money in creating between now and 2030 around 100 refueling stations in the Mediterranean area, and we are even already starting the development of the project outside of it. We started from Italy. These are the marinas where we signed agreements in order to have the concession or sub-concession of the proper area within the marina in order to build our refueling station and operate it. Where you see this circle with a number inside, this is the number of marina that we have within that area. That we are called them clusters, where there are several ways of managing the use of hydrogen in different type of boats. In Naples, we have 11 marinas, 6 in Trieste, 4 in Genoa. That should be one of the first that we will be able to operate. We have been quicker than we thought because we we plan to have this kind of development in a matter of 2 years. But we had a very interesting reaction from the marina's owner and from the port authorities, from all the different entities that are involved in validating this kind of initiative. So we decided to start the international development. We are now developing those countries. We have a specific focus in an area in France, and we are trying to manage all the requests that we have from US and from the Red Sea, where there is an important development of new marinas ongoing. All of this map will be, in a matter of 3-4 weeks, available on our website, where it will be possible to book for hydrogen refueling. And we will have also an app that will give to the boat owner or the captains the opportunity to engage us and plan the refueling operations. In order to better show what is possible to do today with hydrogen, we already started last summer, with what we call mobile operations. So mobile refueling, where we helped the existing boat manufacturers or boat owners in having the proper amount of hydrogen wherever they needed. And we had refueling in Monaco during the Energy Boat Challenge in July, in Venice, La Spezia, Como Lake. We have some example of what we did. And we have been involved as technical sponsor of Blue Game, part of San Lorenzo shipyard, that has been heavily involved in the creation and testing of 2 chase boats that are being used by the American team and the French team during the latest America's Cup in Barcelona. We have been there with our trailer, providing the proper level of hydrogen for 4 months during the tests. And this has been the first hydrogen refueling operation in Italy. We worked with the local port authority and firefighters and all the other entities involved in the security procedure in order to have the validation of a standard procedure that now we are using in other ports and countries. And I think we have some further information about this. So this is, okay. So I waited for this short video to explain why it makes sense thinking about hydrogen on top of what is already available with the use of batteries on board. That's a chase boat that is designed in order to use foils during navigation, can reach up to 50 knots, and with the 30 kilos of hydrogen can have an autonomy of 170 nautical miles. It is a very interesting concept in terms of use of energy. So we did this kind of thing, showcase refueling during the last season. We are going to start this year again from Monaco in June, and we will have several different operations with new shipyards that are coming to the market. And don't know if this is another movie, maybe. maybe, yes. So the experience we had with the American Magic has been really interesting. Next week, we'll be in their headquarters in the US in Pensacola, because they are trying to have the best out of the experience they had during the America's Cup, where, by the way, they were selling VIP experience tickets on board of that chase boat for 25, 30K euro per day. So it has been also good business for them. And they are asking us to look at the American market in the marinas where they are located, in trying to go ahead with this concept of using this iconic shape provided by the design of Zadid, in order to have the hydrogen within marinas, in order to start breaking this loop of this chicken and egg situation, where the boat owner would like to have a sustainable boat, but there is no available of sustainable energy. So this is the concept of our refueling station. Outside, you have seen the design. All the components and the storage is within this sort of bunker that is not only in the design with a good shape, but also it's made by what is called digital concrete. It's a 3D printed material, very sustainable, without the use of standard concrete, but use of local stones or sands, with this texture that gives an additional level of different approaches. And the next one, this for us is part of our circular project. We want to solve sustainable issues without creating new ones. So all of our cover provided by design of Zadid, at the end of life, or whenever will be the time to dismount it, will be recycled or used for other projects without having any CO2 footprint. And I think there is also just some, no, it's okay, some ideas about what we are able to bring inside this inner area. Initially will be just a small storage of hydrogen, and as soon as the regulation will follow our suggestions, we can also have a local production of hydrogen in order to provide the needed amount of energy. We will have a dispenser, and this can be also the front end of a larger plant, depending on what will be the need, the future need of the market. But it's a scalable solution that can also have a good quantity of hydrogen to be refueled. And so just to give you an idea about the sites, and there is a final rendering to give you an idea about, yes, this is, we are in the validation of the blast analysis, because hydrogen is a nice molecule with a lot of interesting energy benefit, but it's a very small molecule that needs to be handled in the right way. So we have this structure that actually is improving the existing regulation requirements, providing even a stronger barrier in the case of any problem we can have with the hydrogen system inside. And I think there is also, okay, this is the final idea about what we are bringing to the marinas that has the aim of increasing also the real estate value of the areas where we will operate. And this is what I wanted to share.
Thank you. One moment. Do we have any question?
Yeah.
Which are the features of the store?
Yeah. So we are following the same standard of buses and trucks. So the pressure that we deliver is 350 bars. That is in a range of safety that is already managed by the international regulations. We only had one shipyard asking us for 700 bars, but we didn't follow that direction because it's not the way that we believe the market should go. We have very nice example of boat and vessels of interesting sites that with 350 bars can provide what is needed. In the beginning, we are trying to have a capacity within the refueling station that will not exceed 40-50 kilos of hydrogen stored. This is because we want also to have a dialogue with the firefighters and the port authorities in order to let them understanding what does it mean handling hydrogen. In other markets, especially the oil and gas, where hydrogen is widely used since 150 years, there are not such strong say regulation, but we are in a specific environment and we want to go ahead step by step. Today, we are quite lucky because there is not such a huge demand of hydrogen, so we can keep the capacity on a lower level. But in France, where the level of ecosystem is a little bit ahead of what we have here, we are already thinking about a refueling station designed to have to provide 40 kilos per day, and that will reach around 200, 300 kilos per day in a very short amount of time. So there is not a technical say, limitation. It's just a matter of doing the right step at the right time in order to avoid problems with the regulators, let's say.
Thank you. Other question?
Thank you so much.
Interesting topic. Thank you, Mr. Minerdo, CEO of Net Power Age. Now we switch to the last keynote before the break. And we are calling here on the floor Mr. Ezequiel Canolanza, High Naval President. The subject is Zero Emission Powertrain Solution. Thank you, Ezequiel.
Everybody, thank you for this invitation. I'm very proud. Thank you for introducing this company. I am the CEO of High Naval. This is a shipyard based in Bordeaux. And our commitment is to develop a shipyard dedicated to decarbonation solutions. Myself, I am naval architect. I am in the yacht industry now for 30 years. I've been designing 9 to 50 meter classical yachts, as well passenger boat and professional boat. On the last 5 years, I started to study and analyze solutions for decarbonation. And I have the chance to work with a company. They request a design of 11-meter boats, fully hydrogen, which is running now from Marseille and Calanque de Cassis. According to this experience, I say, okay, maybe hydrogen is a solution. For the very nice slide I see before on the where they say the electricity is not for everybody, for every use. Maybe hydrogen can fill the case where we need more power and more range on the boat. So finally, we answer a tender for Bordeaux. Bordeaux is a city in southwest of France. with a river, where they have, shuttle buses. They need to run up to more or less 10 hours at a speed of between 10 to 15 knots. So what's the perfect range to design a fully zero-emission boat, which is on the picture. We build it in part on the shipyard. We make a consortium with different partners and shipyards. We designed this, it's a 20-meter boat for 70 packs. Half of the services is running using 350 kilowatts hour batteries, and they move through an electrical engine. And the rest of the time, we use, by the way, today, a genset, classical genset. But everything was designed to be hydrogen ready. So I do a small slide comparing what happened if we would like to do this fully services using batteries compared to hydrogen. At the beginning, we need to know that a good hydrogen boat must be a good electric boat. So all we heard before, for me, is very useful, and it's perfectly according with we think. We need to have a reliable engines, electric engine, good batteries. But if we compare a service of, for example, this is an energy, 300 kilowatt hours, it's a maybe 5-hour service of this boat of 20 meters. If we would like to have only batteries, we should install more or less 3 tons of batteries. If we go to the hydrogen solution, will be, you see the figures. In terms of only hydrogen, 10 times less. Of course, you need to put the system, which is the fuel cell. So it's a massive difference in terms of weight. And for the marine, for medium-sized boats, could be the solution, the hydrogen. What happened today is everybody will tell me, okay, it's very nice what you are telling. I am engineer, so this point of view, solution is good, but where we found the hydrogen. So now with net power, maybe we have the solution. And so finally, iNaval want to propose a powertrain solution, which come from the hydrogen tanks up to the propeller, going through all the technical side of the security, the iNaval box, we can say, gas box, the fuel cell, batteries, and then with the propulsion can be used by, what you see in the picture, you can have a classical shaft line with the electrical engine that we see before, like we got Emotion, for example. There are today many solutions on outboard electrical engines, the pods, and for this particular boat we built in Bordeaux, we use a jet because it was a specific use for that boat with many wood on the water, so they need jets. So as you see, this is the installation I can share with you. Today there are no hydrogen tanks because we don't have suppliers today. So we use, it's a hydrogen ready boat. We design completely, we do like a IPA, which is a approval in principle with the Bureau Veritas. We design like will be an hydrogen, but all the reinforcements on the deck, on the top deck, and as well can be and we can replace, which is in yellow, the genset by a fuel cell. We have all the position for the pipes and the support, and everything is ready. So as soon we can have a hydrogen power plant in Bordeaux, we are ready to propose to the city to switch to this hydrogen. So the aim of iNaval is now to propose to everybody how to work in refits by hydrogen and found the good network and good solution. We identify more than 10 suppliers for each part of the powertrain, and we can adapt the powertrain with whatever is the needs. So I share with you a small case study. This is the place of Bordeaux, where the shipyard, and we can share with you a case study we did. In the river was the same 20-meter boats running today by using fuel, and we proposed to study the boat and see if what they studying is reality. So you can go ahead. So we spent 1 week running, taking measurements. You know, in a classical passenger boat, you have 4 phases: when the boat starting, then the cruising speed, down, decrease the speed, and then you are waiting for the passenger coming for the can. So we did many calculations. So at the end of the day, we found that we need a quantity of energy by day, and this quantity of energy by day can be resumed in a 40 kilograms hydrogen store. You can go ahead. So in this showcase, we have figures, we have a number of calculations that prove, and in terms of volume, in terms of solution, the hydrogen can be the solution. In terms of mass balance, we save 1.5 tons, because don't forget that when you do a passenger boat or professional boat, always we design a boat. I am never architect and the first to do it, with a big amount of gas oil to save maybe 1 week of services, which is not logical. Normally, you need only 1 day fuel, but we do like this. So we do it, if you think about that, we take out the gas oil, we take out the big engines we was in that boat, and finally, using only the tanks, only the hydrogen tanks and the fuel cell, you save 1.5 tons and before. And in terms of carbon reduction is amount 124 tons per year, and you save 58 tons of gas oil. And then we do a quickly calculation of pricing, but these prices are changing every year, every time, because today the technology is going ahead, and we feel that it's going to reduce drastically the price to replace and refit a boat to hydrogen. Just to show you that slide, this is the system. So we are ready to do that. When we will have the refuel station, and everybody will understand that today the price of hydrogen maybe it's not a good enough to operate, but we feel we need to continue as engineers to push this solution, and we are sure that when the hydrogen will be available and good prices, we can go ahead on that solution. So this is all I can share with you today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Canolanza. Ainaval, question?
The dangers related to carrying these bottles with big pressure on board.
Okay. When you talk about the hydrogen suppliers, piping, tanks, when you talk about 350 bars, for them is low pressure. Because the hydrogen today, let's say for 100 years, was using on the petrochemical industry. They use 1,000 bars, and they already know how we do it. Every company we use is like they're rated to 350 bars. In terms of accidentology, I can say in English like this, we study what happened with batteries between as well hydrogen. When you have LFPO or later ion batteries, big amount of batteries, it's a matter. It's a matter. So what we propose is maybe you can have these batteries, reduce the quantity of energy you can store. A battery with a 50–60% charge is super safe. Using the hydrogen, you can explore more range. And in terms of our solution, we propose always to have the tanks on the top, and with the depression system. And every action we have today with the like hybrid boat is always the batteries, and then the hydrogen was always released. We don't have any problem on the release of the hydrogen. And the hydrogen is a gas that can burn, but all around there no heat. So we can, with a vent, orientate where the hydrogen goes. We are very confident on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Canolanza.
Merci.
Thank you, Ezequiel. Now, before lunch break, it's time for the event sponsor, which I would like to call here in front of you. We go one by one, and they will give you a small company presentation. The first one is Punto Nave with Mr. Riccardo Berton. Where is Mr. Berton? Mr. Berton, the microphone.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Simone, for the possibility. I'm Riccardo Berton. I'm the administrator of a company, Punta Nave Company. We have been in the nautical sector since 1918, so 45 years that we provide service with regard for interior and exterior furniture. We take care for the boat, for interior and exterior, completely refit on also remake. For example, sofa, carpets, blinds, well house, interior well house, panels in leather, similar leather. We made for our customers important collaboration with fabric brands. We work with Loro Piana, Sambrella, Dedar, Missoni, Ralph Lauren. Important collaboration with shipyard. We are in Porto Sole, so we work for a shipyard inside Porto Sole. Also outside, Marina degli Aregai, San Lorenzo, sometimes Imperia, and until Savona. French Riviera in this area, inside Cala del Forte also. French Riviera, Monaco boat service, we have important collaboration. Cap d'Isle, Chantier Naval du Cap d'Isle. We work Cannes, Saint-Tropez with private boats. What else? We are in Sanremo. We have two big shops in outside the Porto Sole. Just one shop for the office and the showroom, and the other shop for organizing the work for job delivery.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Microphone. Thank you. Next one is Black Power Electric, represented by Anita Amalberti e il dottor Squarciafichi. Hi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is I work for Cala del Forte, and I want to introduce you Natalino Squarciafichi, who is the owner of Black Power Electric, which is a shop inside the marina. And he is in charge of the service and repair of generators, air conditioner, water makers, water treatment, electric engines, and electrical system. So if you need something from him, you can pass by and ask him directly his help.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Microphone, thank you. Next sponsor is Biotech, represented by Alessandro Grammatica. He will give a quick speech, 5 minutes, about Legionella.
Hi, thank you everyone. Alessandro Grammatica. I'm here representing Biotech Riviera, and I would like to, with you, to talk a little bit about Legionella. I don't know if everyone knows what is Legionella, so maybe later you will ask me something about it. Legionella is a bacterium that grows in humidity and stagnant environments. The ideal habitat for Legionella is in the water and the air conditioning system. So it means all the boat inside. Legionella, the best condition for the Legionella to grow is around 25 to 45 degrees. So almost in the hot water system. Legionella is very dangerous for human, and you can die for the Legionella. The percentage is 5 to 30% of that. The symptom are, I lost myself, okay. Sorry, everyone. High fever, resistant cough, muscle pain, and difficult to breathe. So I think it's a bigger responsibility for captain or company that have boat to prevent that. If someone is has this problem, they can get a big problem. Where is the critical zone of the boat? All the showers, all the taps, all the air conditioning system. So what we suggest is to prevent. Prevent is possible doing shock treatment about the water system. And we use Perox. Perox is 100% biodegradable. I think it's not correct, but it's okay. And that's why we asked today to talk about it, because I heard about all the electrician system that care about our planet. So I think find a way to make a treatment 100% biological, it's a good way. We suggest to do 2 times a year the sample test for the Legionella. How many depend how big is the boat, minimum of 3. And we can do it. So our job starts from the test, and then we can manage the problem. So almost is this about the Legionella. So if you have any question, you can ask me later. And so maybe if someone have some problem before, have found it on the boat or be sick about that, don't hesitate to ask me.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't joke with the Legionella. Next one is MITEC. Mrs. Silvia Peduto, she's going to tell us something about Italian government financial incentive for retrofitting by endothermic to electric engine. Ma Mrs. Peduto è assente. Is coming. Eccola. You should talk about Italian incentive for retrofitting. Prego.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, basically the Italian government finally released some fundamental funds in order to develop the transition from combustion engines to electric ones. There are very few rules to follow. First one, you need to get rid of your petrol outboard, inboard, in order to replace it with an electric one. Second one, the power of the motor that will be covered by the funds goes from 0.5 watt up to 12 kilowatt. And therefore we are talking about small motors, let's say. Third rule to be followed is that private clients, so end user, can ask up to 8,000 euros, while companies can benefit up to 50,000 euros. This is a fundamental way of increasing the conversion between from petrol to electric. And it's a good chance to get funds both for the electric propulsion and the batteries, because actually the government will provide both of them as incentives. This is what basically the other important thing is that the questions in order to get these funds will be available starting from the 8th of April. So it's important to get ready before this date, because the valuation will be covered chronologically. So first in, better. In order to get this kind of incentives, all you need to do is to basically provide the government a quotation that should be as much detailed as possible. Therefore, in the quotation, there should be placed the motor, the kilowatt of the motor, and the battery pack that should go along with this motor. Technically speaking, we are talking about new purchases. So this kind of money won't refund you in case you've already made a purchase of an electric motor plus batteries. And that's it. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Grazie. Now, last partner and sponsor, I'd like to call Marco Nocenti from Italian Yacht Masters for two words of welcome and thanking.
Hello, everybody. So many of you are good friends of mine, so we know each other. I am captain, and I'm part of a board of directors Italian Yacht Master. We are a big community of super yacht captains, and many of us are here. And we have a few sponsors like Cala del Forte, Biotech Technology, Vulcan, and others. First of all, let me thank GPY for this event and to give us the opportunity to participate to this event, because one of our mission is steering to green. And steering to green means a lot of things. All the partners today had a good speech about the future. Very important to steering to this future. Very important to do it with captains and invite us is very important, logically, how to steer. Thank you so much and have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nocenti. Now it's time for the main break. The lunch break will be served at Baia del Forte Bistro. Before this, we invite you all for a warming up walk towards the right side of Cala del Forte to discover Cantieri d'Imperia facilities. And then you will be guided to the restaurant. So before Cantieri d'Imperia, and then at the restaurant. If not, I don't give you the voucher. Bon appétit. Please take a seat. We start with the second part of today's seminar program. Call also the people outside, please, to take a... Now we will be fast, efficient. Thank you. Welcome back. Let's start with the afternoon session. The first keynote will be given by a marine biologist, Mr. Sergio Cotta from ASP Pianeta Blu Ventimiglia about Posidonia at the marine protected area of Capo Mortola and the mooring effects on the underwater ecosystem. Mr. Cotta, the floor is yours. You can go in front of the screen and in front of the audience. Thank you. Silenzio, per favore. Silenzio, per favore. Grazie.
Buongiorno a tutti, good afternoon. My name is Sergio Cotta. I am a graduate in marine biology and I am to underwater scuba diving instructor. I am a member of the association, sport association Pianeta Blu, located in Ventimiglia. Pianeta Blu is both a scuba school, diving school, but even environmental association. We are involved in educational program with primary and secondary school in Ventimiglia, Valle Crosia, Bordighera. And sometimes we take directly action. For example, during the summer season, we often organize diving activity to recover and recover the ghost net and other fishing gears in the sea. Ghost net and ghost fishing gears are really a big danger for the marine environment, and this is a problem all over the world ocean, because it's really a big killer for the marine life. Very quickly, I will show you other activity that we do. For example, snorkeling tour and kayak tour. And kayak tour always in the marine protected area of Capo Mortola. Okay, this is me. And our boat, Scuba 2. And here an image of the beauty of the underwater environment in Capo Mortola. Ok, possiamo andare avanti con la foto. Where we are. Our activity are located mainly in the marine protected area of Capo Mortola, a brand new marine reserve 2 or 3 years ago, and not too big, but anyway, rich of biodiversity and different habitats. We have rocky bottom, we have sandy bottom, and we have the Posidonia oceanica meadows, which is the focus of our discussion today. Another image here, you can see Villa Embury, the botanical garden, well known and well appreciated all over the world. Now we have a short movie. Ok. Vabbè. Ok. Seagrass Posidonia oceanica. The shallow bottoms of the Mediterranean host a very peculiar environment. One of the most interesting and threatened environment, fundamental to maintain the balance of the coastal marine ecosystem. We are speaking about the Posidonia oceanica meadows. Posidonia is not seaweeds, is not alga, is really a superior plant, is a phanerogama. And Posidonia oceanica has the particularity in the marine environment to reproduce by means of flowers, producing fruits and seeds. Seaweeds don't do it. They reproduce in another completely different other way. As the terrestrial plants, Posidonia oceanica show also a clear organization in different organs. We have a stem, we have roots, stem, and leaves. And so, and this is really completely different from other marine vegetables. Posidonia oceanica lives from the surface of the sea around 2 meters of depth down to 35-40 meters. It depends on the local condition. water transparency, current, and water movement in general. Posidonia oceanica lives only in the Mediterranean. It's an endemic species of the Mediterranean. But curiously, other species of the same genus, Posidonia, lives along the coastline of the southern Australia. So we have really a bipolar distribution, Mediterranean and Australia. Maybe as a consequence of the geological history of the Earth, or maybe as a consequence of the competition with other vegetal organisms. Anyway, the result is the confinement of the genus Posidonia in the two current locations. The Posidonia oceanica have been used by the man since ancient times. Mainly the big masses of old leaves detached from the stem during the winter season and brought by the storm along the coastline. This material has been used by the man as for the roof insulation, as packaging, as litter for animal in the farms, as mulching in the agriculture. And moreover, the Posidonia, the old leaves of Posidonia, the big amount of old leaves of Posidonia along the coastline protect the beach against the wave, from the erosion, slowing the wave impact. Possiamo tornare un attimino indietro. Grazie. Okay. Okay, here we have the stem, the creeping stem. And from the ventral part of the creeping stem, you can see the roots. The roots go downward inside the substrate. The function of the roots are two, are anchoring the plant to the bottom and absorb nutrient from the sea water. From the creeping stem, the leaves go upward, rise upward to the surface. Leaves of Posidonia oceanica are grouped in inflorescences of 6 or 7 leaves. And with the younger ones at the middle of the bundle and the oldest ones external. The density of the leaves is really impressive. In 1 square meter of Posidonia meadow, we can count till 5,000 leaves. It means 100 square meters of leaf surface. You can imagine how much organic matter and how much oxygen the Posidonia oceanica meadow can produce. The leaves can be colonized by other organisms like vegetal, algae, and epiphytic animals, small animals living above the leaf of Posidonia oceanica. From the creeping stem of Posidonia oceanica, called rhizomes, originate other rhizomes, which intertwine and entangle each other, giving birth to a very complex structure in which it's quite impossible to distinguish individual plants. Rhizomes can grow horizontally, but even vertically, allowing the plant to fight the sedimentation and to avoid the covering of the meadow. Horizontal and vertical growth of the rhizomes cause a rise of the bottom and the formation of a typical structure named mat. a sort of thick rug of layers of rhizomes and roots, all intertwined each other, and with a really high compacted, hardly compacted sediment. This is called mat. Mat can be high like that, really a massive structure. From the upper part of the mat, living bundles rise up to the surface. Multiplication of rhizomes is a form of asexual reproduction without the participation of sexual element. But beside asexual reproduction, Posidonia oceanica show also a sexual reproduction by means the production of flowers, fruits, and seeds. Flowers are green, are grouped in inflorescence, okay? And they appear at the middle of the bundle during the month of September, October. Fecundation takes place in the late autumn, and the fruits are ripe in normally in March or April. As deep as we go, the cycle is delayed. I mean, at 30-35 meters, the cycle is delayed by 2 months. When ripe, the fruit break away from the flower and floats at the surface of the sea for a long time. And it is transported by the current, by the movement of the water, even far away from the site of reproduction. As the fruit opens, the seed sinks to the bottom, where, if the local conditions are favorable, it gives birth to a new plant and possibly to a new Posidonia oceanica mead. If we see the Posidonia oceanica meadow in different seasons, we can see a different aspect. It means that during the summer, the growth is very slow, and all the leaves, we can see just the old long leaves, brownish and almost die. In autumn, with the storm, the old leaves break away from the stem, and we can see the young leaves with their bright green color. During the summer, the length of the leaves can be like that. During the winter, it is like that. Okay. The shape and the width of Posidonia oceanica meadow can be different according to different places. Local conditions are very important. Namely, are important the bottom morphology, the bottom composition, and the water transparency. Where the water is clearer, the Posidonia oceanica can grow till 35-30 meters. Here in Italy, the maximum depth of Posidonia is around 35 meters. In Sardinia, Sicily, and Campania. In the north of Italy, the limit is shallower. Possiamo andare avanti? Okay. This is a slide. This is not really true. Posidonia oceanica lives only on 2 continents, Mediterranean and Australia. And the number of species is for the seagrasses, not for the genus Posidonia. Okay, this is a mistake. Possiamo andare avanti? Okay, why seagrass meadows are so important? They are important for many reasons. The structure of the Posidonia oceanica meadows is very complex. We have a lot of whole of rhizomes and roots intertwined, and many animals live inside the Posidonia oceanica meadow just because the production of organic matter is very high, is really very, very high. Then animals can find food. Herbivore animals can find food from algae and other vegetal organisms. Carnivore animals can find prey between herbivore animals, so creating a really well-organized and stable food chain. Another important thing is that Posidonia oceanica meadows is a sort of nursery for a juvenile stage of fish and invertebrates, even important in a commercial point of view. This is because the juvenile stage of fishes and invertebrates can find food inside the Posidonia meadows, and they can also find a shelter against predators. When they are bigger, maybe they go away from the Posidonia oceanica, but inside the Posidonia oceanica meadows, they have the time to grow. So it's very important even for the fish activity to preserve the Posidonia oceanica meadows. Possiamo andare avanti. Another reason is that seagrass keeps the ocean clean and healthy by absorbing harmful nutrients and reducing the incidence of pathogenic marine bacteria. Okay, seagrass also works as an acidification buffer. With the increase of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, the level of carbon dioxide in the sea and the ocean water is increasing, is growing. And the problem is that carbon dioxide is a very strong acidification agent. And this is really a problem, as a very serious impact on the marine life, because with the acidification of the seawater, animals like crustaceans, mollusks, corals, the main part of the invertebrates, they cannot build their skeleton because the skeleton is composed by carbonate. With the acidification, the carbonate is less in the water. So this is really a big problem. And the seagrasses can absorb carbon dioxide from the seawater for the photosynthesis process, and so they can reduce the problem. Seagrass meadows protect coastal areas from erosion, storms, and floods, as they absorb the impact of waves by means of the mud, by means of the leaves. They can slower the wave impact. Okay, they are home to many of the fish we eat. Okay, possiamo andare avanti. Okay. But unfortunately, for many years, we have observed a decline in the extension of the Posidonia oceanica meadows all around the Mediterranean, mainly in the part of Mediterranean more affected by the human activities. One problem is the exceeding and uncontrolled and unplanned building development along the coastline that cause the split of terrigenous material in the water and a modification of direction and speed of the current. And as a result, the sedimentation can change and the Posidonia oceanica can be covered by the sediments. And even with more sediment in the water, less light inside the water, so the Posidonia oceanica will disappear very, very easy. Another problem is the discharge of sewage, water not polluted and not well managed, that can cause the phytoplankton bloom, again with more phytoplankton in the water, less light going deep. And another problem is the anchorage, the anchor of. Another problem is important is the illegal trawling in shallow water. Illegal trawling in shallow water can eradicate huge surfaces of Posidonia oceanica meadows. The bottom will be naked and the Posidonia oceanica will not come back to the same place because the substrate has been changed too much. And the anchor on the Posidonia oceanica meadows. During the summer season in this area, in the Cape Mortola Bay, each day, I think we can count tens of small boat or big boat throwing the anchor on the Posidonia oceanica. Now the situation is improving because of the creation of the marine protected area and because of the control from the Coast Guard. So it's, and also mooring buoy has been established in the area. But we can imagine when we throw the anchor above on the Posidonia meadow, when we recover the anchor, rhizomes and leaves and roots and everything is inside, we bring to the surface. The solution are just the mooring buoys. Mooring buoys have been placed in Cape Mortola to give the possibility to anchor without damaging the bottom. There are different kind of mooring buoys. Probably this kind is the less impacting on the Posidonia meadow. We have to remember that even that when we throw the anchor on the Posidonia meadow, we can create a small area without Posidonia. This small area can create locally microcurrent that don't allow Posidonia to come back on the same place. So if we can, a certain number of holes, all the Posidonia meadows will slowly will disappear. And to finish, where can I drop my anchor? The other one, only here, where are the mooring buoys. For me, it's finished, and I thank you.
Question? Yes.
Where can I find information on the mooring buoy location and how to?
The Coast Guard, no? To the Coast Guard here on the harbor.
What is the difference with taxifolia?
Taxifolia is not a seagrass. Taxifolia is a seaweed. And in Mediterranean, we have one species of taxifolia. Taxifolia is Caulerpa taxifolia, the name. Genus Caulerpa and Caulerpa taxifolia. In Mediterranean, we have Caulerpa prolifera, one species. Caulerpa taxifolia, as Caulerpa racemosa, are tropical species. They are alien species for the Mediterranean. Caulerpa taxifolia had a bloom starting from Cape Martin, I think 20 years ago, maybe more, 20 or 30 years. Then now almost disappeared. But we had at the same time the entry in the Mediterranean of Cauler paracemosa, a species more dangerous, more dangerous, because it colonizes all kind of bottom, sandy, rocky, detritic bottom, everywhere. Not especially here in the Ligurian, in this area, but it's very strong in Isola d'Elba, Tuscania, and south.
Another? No. We go to the next. Thank you,
Grazie.
Mr. Cotta. Please, the microphone. Thank you. Let's move on with another interesting keynote. I would like to call on stage Mr. Andrea Balossino and Mr. Stefano Belgrano from Ranieri Tonissi. They will talk about marine engineer, smart hybrid, dual fuel methanol engine, dual fuel hydrogen engine of MAN. The floor is yours. One microphone. So, only one. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Hello, nice to meet you. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Simone and to GPY for the invitation. We are Ranieri Tonissi, is the MAN distributor for Italy for marine diesel engines. As you can see, we have other products that we have the distribution and the sales in the Italy and the European market that are Emerson for the throttle system and the joystick dynamic position, everything that is the governor of the engine and of the propulsion. Surface drive propeller top system, that is an Italian company with based in Latina. And Lindenberg and Lagen is a genset packaging manufacturer that build genset, marine genset with MAN basis engines. So after Posidonia, we are talking about diesel engines. So I hope that I don't bore you with the traditional technical aspect, but we would like to inform you about our green transformation in a topic like the engine that is not so easy, but we will see some new strategies from MAN in principle, but from our products. First of all, for the decarbonization, MAN goals is to offer an industry emission-free solution by 2050. For this shared goal, we think that the best way at the moment is to create a strong partnership with our supplier and with our customers in order to study the strategy for transform the diesel traditional propulsion in a new solution that we can see in our presentation. So this is a scenario. This is the scenario of today about the standard and alternative fuels. Okay, we are talking about diesel engine, traditional diesel engines, but at the moment, MAN is working to convert our engine in others alternative fuels. In the green cycle, you can see the technologies or the fuels that are ready and available. And in blue, the technology that probably you will see in the pleasure market, yacht market in the next years. as you can see, the most important things or the most important fuel that now is ready for your engines is the HVO, so the hydrotreated vegetable oils, is a green, let me say, fuel that you can use in our engines without any conversion. So our engines of today is ready for the HVO without any conversion kit or without any special maintenance activities. So this is our present. Other things that for sure we believe that is the future, but in the next slideshow we can see, is the dual fuel engines in general. We talked this morning about hydrogen, and we talk about methanol dual fuel engines. So these are in progress. Honestly speaking, for the hydrogen dual fuel engine, we are ready with our engine with a special kit. And the methanol dual fuel engine is not ready, but we are on the way for give the first prototype boat, or better, mega yacht for the pleasure market in 2027. Probably you saw in the press of the last months that there is a special project for the special mega yacht with this technology. This is the way that start in 2020 with MAN. First of all, we changed the electronics system, electronic monitoring of the engine in order to receive the new technology that you can see on these steps. From 2021, we develop an hybrid diesel electric. The first boat is in operation now. The first boat is a small passenger boat in the Como Lake that is with hybrid MAN, complete MAN system. We delivered the system in 2021 with the commissioning in 2023. And now we have good feedback as a field test with 1,000 of operating hours at the moment. Meantime, with the MAN, we start with the dual fuel hydrogen engines. As you can see, in partnership with some special expert of the technology, CMB Tech is a Belgian company that create hydrogen from the wind farm. So for them, it was very important to obtain and to develop an engine with this technology. And from this, we start with a stationary complete hydrogen engine, but not at the moment for marine, so stationary and off-road hydrogen. But this is a different technology, because if we speak about dual fuel engine, we can keep the traditional diesel cycle. In that case, for hydrogen or for methanol complete engine with this fuel, you have to convert, or better, you have to use a Otto cycle. Is a completely different system. But for us, the most important thing is to create a dual fuel engine. For the reason is because in this way we can create a graduated conversion or transformation, and with the marinas you can switch the engines in diesel or in dual fuel. The last, but probably the most important step is the dual fuel methanol that we start in 2024, and we are on the test bench, and I think that in the next month we proceed with the homologation and certification for the first prototype boat. with San Lorenzo shipyards. Okay, about the strategy, as explained at the moment in short terms, but today we are ready with HVO. So this is our current situation. For the medium term, in our mind, but in the mind of my colleagues in Germany, this is the transformation can be supported by the hybrids. We will see after hybrid, the pros and the cons about this technology. We are ready with this product, but for the long term, so in 5 years, the technology that MIN want to improve and study and develop for sure is the dual fuel engines in general, so hydrogen and methanol. Okay, so I'm not an expert about the material, fuels, methanol or hydrogen, but we receive a lot of feedback from the shipyards because we are every day in touch with them. From a technical point of view or from a engine point of view, there are some benefit in the hydrogen and some benefits that probably the methanol can support us in the transition. For the engine, from the aspect that is connected to the engine, the hydrogen technology, the hydrogen fuels is very easy to integrate in the marine diesel cycle engines. So for us, from our point of view, it's very easy to integrate this technology. The important thing that we have to speak and we have to investigate if it's the correct strategy is for sure the cost of the hydrogen, of the cost of the green hydrogen. And another thing is the storage on board, because we are talking about engine of from 700 kilowatts to 2,200 kilowatts. And so our consumption, fuel consumption is 300 liters per hour of diesel. So we will see the hydrogen and methanol consumption, and it's not so easy to proceed with the storage on board of a mega yacht. From our feedback that we receive from the companies and the shipyards for the commercial or passenger vessel, maybe the hydrogen technology can be applied, because probably the route is fixed and the transfer can be planned. So we think that for a fleet passengers boats, it can be a good technology, the hydrogen, also because the storage can be applied in a simple way. Methanol is at the moment, from our feedbacks, but it's only the engines manufacturer feedbacks, methanol fuel can be accepted from the pleasure yacht market because it's very similar in terms of storage with the traditional diesel engines, diesel fuel. So in terms of tank storage can be a little bit easy. I don't know the cost. I think that probably the e-methanol and green hydrogen, the cost is very high at the moment. In fact, logistic and infrastructure will have to play a fundamental role in the transition, but also the cost must be lower. Okay, this is a comparison. You have to understand that the heating power value of the methanol of the hydrogen is different from the traditional diesel. So this is the main problem when we are talking with the shipyards, because if we fix a diesel fuel tank with the fixed autonomy on the range, we have to put these quantities for the equivalent volume for energy storage. So in dual fuel, the problem that it's that you have to keep the same quantity of diesel and methanol or hydrogen. Okay, this is the technology. Only to explain the function of the engine. In a traditional engine, there is a fuel diesel injectors that inject the diesel inside the combustion chamber. We are talking about dual fuel engine, so it's not a bi-fuel engines. You have to use the engine or in traditional diesel engine or in a dual fuel engine. What is the difference? That you have to inject with special injectors for hydrogens or for methanol the right quantity on the combustion chamber. And in this way, you create a mixture of air and methanol or air and hydrogen, and you reduce the quantity of fuel compared to the traditional diesel engine. So you can switch on or switch off the system, and so you can decide to use the same engine with the same power in diesel mode, or convert to switch in dual fuel engine, and for sure the emission and diesel consumption decrease. This is our first project for dual fuel hydrogen engines. The pilot project born with this power of 739 kilowatts at 2100 RPM is a medium speed engines, and the pilot project born with CMB Tech, because they are a hydrogen provider for the world, so they are very interested to develop this kind of engine. These are some graphs only to explain and to give some numbers, but I don't know, maybe it's afternoon. This is the substitution rate that you have in dual fuel mode. Maybe it's better to say on the last graph. The diesel fuel consumption in diesel, keeping the same characteristic of the existing engine, because our goal is to convert an existing engine without any modification in the hardware of the engine or in the layout or dimensions. So with this characteristic of torque and power, these are the results in terms of diesel fuel consumption in diesel mode. The gray curve is the diesel consumption in dual fuel mode, and this in blue the quantity, the consumption of hydrogen. No, So you see that the higher substitution rate, you have the best value not at the full power, because for chemical characteristic of the diesel, you cannot reach the target power with hydrogen. So you have to use the diesel when the kilowatts increase. But only to give some information, some numbers, you can see that for a traditional diesel engine, you have a consumption of 180 liters per hour that decrease at the rated maximum speed. The quantity of the dual fuel of the diesel is 1,150 liters per hour, and you have to fill the engine with 10, 12 kilograms per hour of hydrogen. In this area, the substitution is more interesting because the diesel quantity decrease comparing to the traditional diesel curve. So this is the first pilot project. So this is the conversion kit. So you can apply on the 16 engine. Okay, for the methanol dual fuel engine, the concept is similar. So we are talking about an existing engine. We start from an existing engine with some simple modification to the diesel engine. The difference is that for the hydrogen system, you can put the hydrogen in the intercooler, so and create a mix of air and hydrogen before the engine, or better, above the engine. But the technology is not so complicated. For methanol, for the characteristic of methanol, you have to inject the methanol with special injectors upstream the intake valve for each cylinders. So you have to add 1 injector per cylinder. So the engine layout is a little bit different, but our goal was to replace the intake manifolds and upgrade the system, maintaining the same geometry of the existing traditional diesel engine without any impact on terms of dimension or volumes. This is the kit. So from the methanol tank, you have 2 filters, 1 pump, and the piping into to the injectors. The two electronics unit that manage the diesel injectors and the methanol injectors must communicate between them, because you can switch the system from one propulsion, from one fuel to the other one without any problem or alarms on the engine. For the pilot, in this case, the pilot project is San Lorenzo project. We are cooperate with him, with San Lorenzo and with the RINA in order to proceed with the approval and certification of the system on board. So there are a lot of rules that is not clear at the moment. The RINA and the other registers are not ready for this technology, but we are moving together with them and with San Lorenzo to start with this way. A short video where you can see the technology. Okay, so there is a special rail with special injectors that inject the methanol upstream the cylinders. But you have one injector per cylinders. Last technology that is okay. This is the same curve that we see. This replacement rate is very flat. It's a good benefit for the pleasure yacht market, because you can, from our data about the operating hours, the main range that the captain used the boat, the cruising speed is between 1,200 and 1,600. So it's not like for a hydrogen dual fuel engine where you have a peak and the value decrease during the higher RPM, higher torque. This is a little bit different because it's a flat curve, so the substitution is more or less constant. A short description of smart hybrid system. You see this morning the other concept is very similar. We can use an electric motors between the main engines and the gearbox with these kilowatts. These are the dimensions and the weight that you can see there. Is applicable at every engine of our market. And at the end, this is the profile that you can use on board. So you can use as a booster, the electric engine as booster. You can use only in electric mode without the diesel engines, and crossover mode. So one engine as genset and the other one for the propulsion. Diesel electric, if you prefer to use to optimize the genset using compared to the diesel engines. Hotel mode with batteries only that give the hotel load for hotel purpose. These are some videos, but I think that meglio procedere. Okay, stop.
Hello? Any question? Or you need a coffee break? One question?
The scope of supply for the future will be the full package. I mean, the battery system, so the power management system and so on.
Sì.
Not only the engine, but so also the diesel and the electric motor.
Yes, in our scope of supply, there is everything included. Not at the moment, not the batteries, but the diesel engines, electric motors, the DC links. So for the PMS, for the management on board is all included in our scope of supply. At the moment, excluded the batteries.
Another? Ezekiel?
We are involving our partner that are expert in the dual fuel and not in dual fuel engine, but in methanols applications. Yes, is in the north of Europe. But yes, at the moment, the strategy of MIN is to use the partner, external partners for study the cases with, in the case of CMB Tech, they are a company that need this technology for the use. In case of the methanol, honestly speaking, we are the request comes from San Lorenzo, and we involve an external partner that is very skilled in the methanol applications. Also for the design of the piping of the external parts, not including the engine. So tank, safety valves, everything's here in Italy. So the test bench at the moment in Sweden. We prefer to use a test bench here in Germany or in Italy, but the problem is the storage of the methanol in the test bench, not on board. So I don't know why, but in Sweden, for example, the methanol is like our diesel. So you can buy in the tank and go to home with methanol. Yeah, for sure. Is our goal. Yeah. Yes, for sure. Hydrogen is very easy to retrofit the engine. Methanol is a little bit complicated because you have to go inside the engine.
Another? Do you want to do a break, 5 minutes, quick one, or we move forward? Quick break, 5 minutes, eh? Okay. Prego, per favore, prendete posto, per favore. Dear guests, please take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, institutions, politicians, football player, please take a seat. We will have less than 1 hour now and we will finish. Okay, we can move forward. Please take a seat. Is here. We go for last keynote of the day from FIEKIP. I would like to call on stage Mr. Carlo Tonarelli, General Manager of FIEKIP. The subject is University of Florence studies about different weight yacht configurations, hybrid, electric, hydrogen for a luxury tender of 21 feet. Mr. Tonarelli, prego, the floor is yours. Avanti.
So, ciao to everyone. I'm Carlo Tonarelli. I'm CEO of Fikip at the moment. And just a few words about our company. Founded in 1997. I was a young master degree in Politecnico di Torino, half of a life ago. 3 business units. 2 related to engineering and 1 related to boat manufacturing, 27 people. And we are placed in we are based in 2 places in Italy. The first one in Torino and the main office is in Livorno. And we are part of Confindustria Nautica. From an engineering point of view, we can develop a project starting from the first sketches up to the boat floating. And these help us to catch the customers because we have a great capability to transform ideas into reality. Also, I forgot to say thanks to Mr. Lucadini, Simone Bonfiglioli, and last but not least, Giovanni Granai for the invitation. It is a great pleasure for being here. So please go on with the slide. And this is our one of our tender. The boat are on the market with the brand Levriero. We would like the boat be not aggressive. We would like them to be pleasant, elegant, sportive. And we would like that people on board enjoy life, enjoy the sea, being safe. And also we have particular shape on board. The flare on the boat, it is not only an aesthetical choice, but is a functional choice because the flare let the water flow away, passing through the waves. So we would like, one of the best moments we like when we give the boat to the customer, they smile. And we like to see the people on board smiling because we think that the people on board enjoy life. So please go on with the Levriero range. And today the focus, this is our flagship. We asked, no, please come back one slide. This is our, this will become our flagship. It is the Levriero 32. And a few words about this, because we asked to our friend Francesco Struglia to design this boat for us. And it was a great pleasure work with Francesco because we have the same way to see the boats. So I think it is a good result. So please go on. Some details of the boat because they are prepared to be used as standard. So there are such things, such the tilting console, the frame for the single point lifting, and the openings on the side, and they are thought to be used as standard mainly. So please go on. Some details. No, please come back one slide. We have a great possibility to customization, and we take care of details. So you can choose on board many details such as the colors of the skin, the texture, colors of the leathers, the texture. And so you can really have your own boat. So please go on. And this is a concept starting from the Venetian taxis. We have a double soul, as told, starting the talk, coming from the automotive area and the nautical area. So we would like to joke with the cross design between the auto and marine industry. So please stop a moment. In the slide late, in the other slide, go on. So stop. This is a simple. I like to use this slide to introduce the focus of today. That is the different way of a propulsion for this boat. This is a simple of cross technology between the automotive and nautical field. And this is a key, in our opinion, to leave a better planet to our children in the next generation. Why? This is the MITEC Revolver. We worked with MITEC on a project with our MB11. We put on the market 2 years ago an electrical a MB11 with an electrical engine at the Venetian Saloon. And we find that this solution gives a double possibility to go on with a full electric traction at low speed in the deep harbor or during the mooring. And you can go with endothermal engine when you go cruising with long range and fast cruising. And this is a double effect because when you are in the worst condition in terms of emission, you are at zero emission, and you have to put on board, and you succeed in putting on board a small battery pack. And that means having a low emission even when you go to consider the entire life cycle assessment of the boat. Because, to tell the truth, we have to think and we have to change a mindset to really reduce the emissions, because we have to consider it not only the phase of use of the boat, but we have to consider the entire life cycle of the boat, even in the phase of production and even in the phase of dismantling of the boat. So having a small battery pack on board means having a better life cycle assessment. So please go on. So, no, please, he who dares wins. It is the motto of the British Special Air Forces. And we are in a really great transformation phase. We are changing the ways, such as in the regattas, but for the own mission of the main player of the nautical field, no one of us is really sure about the right choice. So we have 2 days at least. So please go on. The climate change is reality. Please go on. And everything we think that every company, every one of us has the mission to reduce the emission as soon as possible, as in the best way we can do, starting from now. So what we are doing. We are studying new technical solutions such as foil, full electric traction, hybrid traction. But we would like to preserve our mood, the mood I described before. So we started to develop a concept that we call it smart foiling. But also we can do something with best practice. In the same condition, with the same boat, with the same crew, we can reduce the emission going to a lower speed, choosing the best track depending on the condition of the waves or the wind. So we can do something. And also we are studying to introduce in our production recycled material and a partial use of aluminum. So in order to have a better life cycle assessment. Just to give an idea, if you think to the primary aluminum and if you think to the second life of aluminum, you can reduce 95% of emission using recycled aluminum. That means that try to recycle aluminum even on board, it is a really good choice. So we started to joke with the thing that we have at home. So our 21 Levriero, so please come back one, okay. The 21 Levriero with a outboard engine, classical outboard engine. So we started to develop this concept. 3 engineers, Caterina that followed the finance, brainstorming. Okay, let's try to let the 21 foil. Enthusiasm. And Caterina, hey, serve chilled because it is only a concept. So go on. So this is the concept. One fixed foil on the bow, two active foils on the rear side. That means that we would like that the boat doesn't fly, but we would like to have an handling quite similar to a liscafo. We are engineered also. We made also the CFD simulation, and we decided that a 21 could foil. Please go on. But we defined a concept of smart foiling. We would like to have a low foiling speed, about 10 knots, less than the planning speed, that is 12 knots for our boats. We would like to have on board a small battery pack with a power extender. We would like to use hydrogen power extender. We would like to have the same print foot of the boat, because you can't use mooring in the right way if you have the foil outside of the print foot. And we would like to have an easy system, and we would like to have a max speed less than 30 knots. Okay, go on. So we started to, and this is the focus of today, we started to joke and to think and try to some comparison between different propulsion systems. And we reduced it just to be sure to compare peers and apples with apples. And we would like to decide to check what happens, reducing all, having a 1 kWh energy at disposal to propeller. Thinking to have on board 150 H power at the end. So with gasoline engine, we have, it's easy to maintain. We have a good dimension, we have good weights, we have a good ramp up when you throttle up. We have a good knowledge, we have some minus such as high emission, noise, and vibration. The other propulsion system that we studied to put on board is a full battery pack. Please go on. And to have 1 kWh to the propeller, we need 8.2 kilos of batteries and 1.1 kWh of engine. This is easy. We have no noise, we have no vibration, we have no troubles in ramp up, but we have the trouble of the weights, we have the trouble of the dimension, and we have the trouble of the high voltage. So the third propulsion system we compared was, please go on, was an electric solution with a hydrogen fuel cell. In terms of kilos, we need 1.2 kilos of hydrogen, 4.6 kilos of fuel cell, and then the engine. We have a great density of energy, no noise, no vibration, but we have a complex system. We could have trouble in the ramp up because the system could breathe during the throttle. We have the trouble of refuel that some companies are solving, and we saw today. And we have some risk because this system is complex, and as Ranieri Tonissi told before, there are some troubles also from a normative point of view because they are not clear at all at the moment. So go on. So we was interested in compare the kilos on board. So with the gasoline engine, we have 35 kilos. With electric, with battery pack, we have almost 700 kilos. And with the fuel cell, we have a little bit less, 490 kilos more. So go on. So this is a slide that says that electrical solution loves foils, because if you use foil, you have an increase of drag when you are not planning. But when you plan, and that's why we would like to have a low foiling speed, you have a 40% less of drag when you plan. So foils make hybrid solution easier. And this is a solution, just we saw a hybrid and parallel layout with fuel cell and battery pack. So battery pack is sized for ramp up and max power, so it's smaller than full electric. And we have less weights and dimension versus a typical range extender full electric. So you can use, no, please come back one. So you can use smart foiling for mooring with battery pack or in the deep power. And when you cruise, you can use hydrogen. So please go on. And this is the mix, the best mix parameter in our opinion for this sizing of this boat with this H power on board with these kilos. 80 H power for of electrical engine, 50 kW fuel cell, 5 kilos of hydrogen, a small battery pack. We have a weight increase versus gasoline as is of 330 kilos that could be acceptable for us. Maximum speed 27 knots, and we have a 1 hour and a half of full hybrid cruising range, and we have 20 minutes for range extender. So please go on. So the takeaway message is we are studying new solution. We developed this smart foiling concept. We are studying the possibility to have recycled material on board. We're introducing aluminum to have a better life cycle assessment at least reducing the emissions. And we would like to put not on board, but in the mindset of our owners, an education to reduce consumption of fuel. So please go on with the slide and with the video. My first words in this talk was say thanks for being here. And I told you it was a pleasure. But this video, I think, explain not only the mood of Levriero, but because it is a pleasure. I think all of us that works in nautical field really loves our job. I mean, because we love the sea, we love the boats, and we love to stay on board with people we love. So enjoy the video and all the best next time.
Video.
Pay attention about what video you launch. Eh? So I suggest you my video with the boat and. If you have the internet and you find MB21 Laguna, you can find easily.
Ci sono io. Thank you. A round of applause, Mr. Tonarelli. Now, hello, technical information for everybody. At the end, there will be this gift. Please take it. They're there on the table. Now we have a last session, is a round table. I'd like to call here at the main desk Andrea Minerdo from Net Power, Silvia Pedutek, Miss Silvia, Mr. Carlo Tonarelli from FI Equip. Prego, avete these three seats. And where is the microphone? Yeah. This is one microphone. You have to share in three.
Yes.
So I have some questions, then we will see if there will arrive something also from the online guest. First question for everyone. How do you see the evolution of marine propulsion technology in the next 5 to 10 years? Let's start from...
electric, not hydrogen.
Go first.
No, I'm sorry. I was joking.
So we analyzed this very deeply before deciding about this investment, because if there is no need on the market, it's useless to follow a sort of theoretical trend. We have, from our side, from our point of view, quite good evidence that what's already happening in the shipping industry will happen also in this industry, in terms of regulations, in terms of other governmental decisions that will be extended in different countries. So there will be the double need of having a sustainable propulsion from something that will be forced by the regulators, and definitely from an existing strong need by the owners. We made a survey on 500 yacht owners in France, Italy, and US, and the results were huge in terms of percentage of owners that want to have the next yacht, a completely sustainable yacht without compromise. So for us, it's something that is already happening. Today we have seen fantastic examples of what is already in production. It's a sort of acceleration that we will see in the next 5 years. It's just a matter of understand how much this will happen in a short or a medium term, but it's something that is going to happen.
Thank you. Mr. Tonarelli?
In my opinion, a good choice could be the dual fuel, and surely in the next years, the full electric could be a good solution, because the battery will become with less weight, less dimension. So coupling with the fuel cell could be the right choice, maybe, surely.
You go, please, some explanation to your first statement.
No, actually, as a motor manufacturer, frankly speaking, I don't care, because my motor can be powered by whatever solution. Therefore, if tomorrow someone will develop batteries or systems running on flowers, for me, it's fine. What I'm more interested in is that people at least are beginning to believe in those different and alternative propulsion systems. Because after all, we've been using petrol since how many years? A lot. And there's no innovation in this market. We've tried and tried again, but there's no innovation possible, significant one, I mean. And therefore, following the automotive, it makes sense to evaluate other options. While I'm not very technically skilled on hydrogen, I've seen an improvement on the battery side from 1 year to another, which is huge. And there's no need to think that we there's no point. Electricity will come.
Thank you. Mr. Tonarelli, one question for you. What innovation in boat design are necessary to better support the transition to cleaner propulsion system?
Not easy to answer, not easy, but I think that a good choice could be reduce the drag. So that means use catamarans, so that means use foils, but also means make a good design of the hull depending of the mission of the boat. I mean, if you think to a planning hull and you let the hull go at 5, 6, 7 knots, this is a working point that has a great drag because it is before planning. So if you like to use the boat at this speed, you have designed the hull for optimized for this speed, such as the gozo of the sailing boat. That's what I think.
Okay. Question for you three all. How do you see the evolution of demand for alternative propulsion in the yachting market? Which segments are showing the most interest?
For us, what will happen first, it's a segment between, let's say, 5 to 20 meters. And this is where we are targeting our refueling stations. Above and below, there are different scenarios. Below, it's the perfect, let's say, segment for pure electric boats. Above 20 meters, there are a lot of different options with most probably a mix of different type of fuels that will be in use depending on the type of the specific boat. Today, there are some example of boat already produced, like Fed ship is with the 19 meters with liquid hydrogen. There are from 50 and above, there are already yachts, San Lorenzo yacht with methanol. There are a lot of projects where there will be an hybrid that will have different flavors, let's say. But between 5 and 20, we see clearly a strong readiness for propulsions that will be mainly hydrogen propelled, or where hydrogen will help a lot in having the proper amount of power on board, regardless if the final propulsion will be electric or endothermic hydrogen.
Mrs. Peduto?
I do agree. So the segment below 20 meters is the segment that is at the moment ready for this kind of technology. Below 10 meters, even better.
Thank you. Mr. Tonarelli?
Yes, I agree too. The same. I think the market is pushing. Lots of owners goes with boat greater and greater. I think between around 30 meters, could be 30, 40 meters at maximum, could be the best length for the next years, I think.
Thank you. Another question. How do you see the evolution of, how can yacht owners and marine industry companies be educated on the benefits and opportunities related to alternative propulsion system, not considering, of course, the greenwashing on magazines?
It would be sufficient to try it.
To
try. It would be sufficient. Because
so promoting the direct activities towards
trade shows,
events
as the one we are attending today, and real test would be more than enough to convert from petrol to hybrid or electric. Because in most scenario, the main issue is to be afraid of a new technology, but that's it.
For us, doing our part in evangelizing the market, it's important because the level of awareness of all the different stakeholders of the market needs to be raised. Last year, we invested a lot in being in different boat shows. We understood that maybe it's not the right environment to educate the market because it's too much on the commercial side, let's say. This kind of event is it's the perfect sites and the perfect type of events to start the proper education of the market. This is what we are experiencing.
Thank you, Mr. Tonarelli.
Yes, he who dares wins. So we have to try, such as Silvia told, and the market must be educated to learn about how to use a different kind of propulsion, because you can't start to use a boat in the same ways with a diesel engine or with a gasoline engine. It's not the same. So you have to learn to use in a different way. So.
Thank you. Directly, next question. What is the long-term vision for the future of sustainable boating? How do you envision boating in 2050?
2050, so.
Not 2035, 2050.
2050. So I think could be in such a long range of time, could be something like a downfloating. I mean, maybe the owner will be at the second generation of owners. So maybe they continues to maintain boats because they really love the sea and love to stay on board. So that means that the sides of the boat are not so high, such as now 90 meters, but about 30 meters. And maybe the market of the sailing boat could increase, because if I come from sailing boat, I like sailing boats. I like to do some regattas. So I think that sailing boats could be increased because they are really sustainable.
And do you think that the boat produced in the last decades will be still possible to be used, or they will become illegal?
Sorry, can you repeat? Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What do you think? The boat produced in the last decades, for example, between 2015 and today, in 2050, it will be still possible to be used, in your opinion, or they will become illegal?
They could be absolutely usable, absolutely. Why not? I mean, because...
So with the same environmental impact they have today, they will be allowed to be used in 2050?
From a normative point of view, maybe not, if there will be not exception. But if you think to current production in these last 10 years, could be quite okay.
If they change the rules in the European community. Mrs. Peduto?
Since we should envision the future from here to 20 to 30 years, I would say there will always be market for retrofit, good design, and vintage. Therefore, there will always be a market share for this kind of products. But I believe everyone could agree on this. We are getting used to have more and more servicing, more and more comfort on board, more and more relaxing, quiet way of enjoying our free time. And therefore, once you try the electric, for example, for instance, it's hard to come back.
Thank you.
What we see from up to 2050 in terms of penetration of the use of hydrogen within the pleasure yachting, for us, it's quite clear because we spent a lot of time in creating this kind of projection, but I don't know how much is relevant in line with your question, because the future will be a mix of different source of energy. Okay? There will be alternative energy to what we have today. This will be something that will have a different acceleration due to the fact that sooner or later some areas will be prohibited to the use of diesel engine for different reasons. So it will be something that will happen in different time, in different areas around the world, but it will happen. And when it will happen, the market will realize that the shipyards and all the stakeholders involved, they are terribly late in adapting to this transition. What we see is that adapting, it means to realize that you need a lot of different competencies, from R&D up to the way you are managing people on that are working on the yacht. And this is the main obstacle that we have in the next 20, 30 years, having a market that will have to become something different in terms of accepting and introducing innovation within the design of the new boats.
Okay, thank you. Last question. What do you think is still missing to accelerate the transformation of the marine sector towards a greener and more sustainable future? Directly?
For us is the collaboration between the different entities involved. Today, the shipyards are working in a sort of vacuum, maybe most of them. They are trying to adapt to the input they receive from a market, but they are not forced in order to do that. Some of them are trying to use for say marketing purposes the sustainable way, but there is no real collaboration between the different entities. So marinas, shipyards, captains, and the energy providers. Okay? So it's something that the future needs to change if we want to obtain results. Otherwise, each single entity will not achieve huge goals.
Thank you. Mrs. Peduto?
From my perspective, having not so big motors, the technology and the infrastructure is already there. So what is missing, and we found it with Amare, is the straightforward mentality. So finding a producer coming directly to us and asking us, what should I do in order to build a system that it works perfectly around your motor is difficult. Usually it's the other way around. So it's me adapting to existing design and tenders and boats. But electric propulsion needs space for batteries and so on. And therefore, having someone projecting the design of his boat based upon the needs of the propulsion is clever, and it works.
Thank you. Mr. Tonarelli, last statement, and we are over.
But the trouble maybe could be that the technology go faster, much more faster than the normatives. So this sort of vacuum is real because the shipyard, the designers, the engineers pushing the technology, but they have troubles to put on board from a normative point of view, not only on board, but when the boat goes in the port in the middle of the other boats, it will be a trouble such as for some kind of technology. So not easy. And we have to put ideas on the table altogether to solve this problem because the normative point of view, it is important.
Thank you. Thank you to our guests, Mr. Minerdo, Mrs. Peduto, Mr. Tonarelli. You can go back to your seat. Dear guests, we are at the end of this seminar, Sailing the Future, Alternative Marine Propulsion System. We hope that you find it interesting and that all together we did add something to reach important targets towards sustainability. Now, for a farewell speech, Mr. Simone Bonfigli Borgia. Microphone.
Thank you so much. Marco, you can come with us. Oh, Manita, thank you. I don't want to forget nobody.
I just want to, my name is Anita Malberti and I work for Cala del Forte Marina. I would just to thank you, all of you, to be here, and thank you, Simone, to organize this second event at GPY. That was really, really nice, this beautiful location. I really hope to see you next time. Next event will be after the season, I think.
Let's see.
Let's see. So you will be all invited. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now a long speech from Simone.
No, not so long. I cut. As teach me Andrea, I had to cut. So I just written what I have to remember. I want to thank so much our sponsor, Lead Cars, Biotech, Cantieri Imperia, Punto Nave, FIEKIP, Black Power, and Tuga. Our speakers, Amare Group, Mitec, Ranieri Tonissi, Nat Power, FIEKIP, Emotion, and Pianeta Blue. Their commitment to advancing a revolutionary idea is an inspiration, I think, I hope, for all of us. I would like to thank so much Andrea Dini, Barche Magazine, who did an extraordinary job and bring his vast experience to the excellent success of this seminar. And also Italian Yacht Master and Capitan Valtelluino, that is not between us today in this moment, but a precious collaboration that enriched this day. Cala del Forte, thanks to Anita, Marco, and Massimo, and all the staff. Thank you so much for your support. And we hope to see after the season. I will read your survey, so take your suggestion for the next meeting. So thank you for all, and enjoy for the next meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Simone. That's all for today. Don't hesitate to get in touch with the organizer, sponsor, and partner if you'd like to know more about all the topics and subjects discussed today. From my side, it's been an honor. Thank you again. And we wish you, all of you, a pleasant journey back home. Bye-bye.